We're here to position the city's portfolio, buying, fixed rate securities, and trying to lock in budgetary income, given the situation at hand. So liquidity continues to be the primary focus. We need to make sure that we're positioning the city's portfolio so that we're able to meet upcoming expenditures, debt service payments, which we just had one in August here, but also at the same time positioning ourselves to maximize interest income while we have these funds available. So some of the key drivers of that right now is what's going on with the Federal Reserve, and whether or not they're going to hike rates, cut rates, or do nothing. So far through this year, the Fed has done nothing, coming off of 2 years of several rate cuts. So, from that, it's actually a positive. Interest rates have been declining, but coming in through the first half of this year, interest rates have remained steady from their Federal Reserve's perspective, and interest rates where we're reinvesting at 1 years out to 5 years have actually gone up. So, from that, we've actually seen this as a bit of a positive here, first half of the year. Obviously, oil prices, gas prices continue to be very volatile. You can see on this chart here, we're pricing out what happens, from the Fed's projections or from the market's projections in tandem with oil prices. For the most part, they're pretty heavily correlated with each other up until that one period in June where you can see they started going the other way. Ironically, that was the first announcement of the ceasefire. And so oil prices saw some relief, but the projection for rate hikes did not change. And so that's what we're working with right now. And obviously, since June, we've seen oil prices come back up, and gas prices have also come with it. But that situation continues to be very fluid on a day-to-day basis. One key takeaway here that I keep mentioning is that even though there's a lot of negativity in the headlines, this has actually been a very good outcome for the city's portfolio. We've seen reinvestment rates coming in higher, cash rates have not moved lower. So as we came into this year, we were projecting rates moving lower and thus lower interest income. However, because of the positioning we've made over the last year, as well as what's happened throughout this year so far, we're expecting interest income to be actually higher, and we're expecting this will actually help interest income received for next year to be better as well. So overall, things are in really good shape, given the negative headlines. Looking at the changes here over the quarter, so not a significant change from a yield perspective. Average yields are still coming in just below 4%. Reinvestment rates as of today, so this was as of June. As of today, reinvestment rates are actually above 4%. So we're going to continue to see that weighted average yield in the portfolio increase. The changes you're seeing here from March to June are really just cash flow. It's a cyclical event that we typically see this time of year for the city's portfolio. Generally, revenues are lighter, expenditures are higher, so you're going to see the book value decrease over this time period and into September. And then we'll start to see balances start to rise back up in that September time frame. Lastly here, just wanted to show you kind of the makeup of the portfolio. So, one thing that I like to point out here is liquidity is key. We have to make sure we have money on hand to meet expenditures and current debt service payments. So you'll see as of June 30, about $80 million in cash, a little bit heavier than what we'd like to see, but we had a really big debt payment coming up on August 15th, which was recently paid. So that cash balance is going to be much lower as of today. In a meeting with city staff and everyone today, we're working on redeploying some cash out to take advantage of these current market rates. So still continuing to favor 3 to 5 year type of investments when we've met those liquidity needs. And that'll continue to be a focus for us going forward. But one of the positives there, as I mentioned, is generating just about $3 million in interest income per quarter, and on pace to come in well over $12 million this year, I believe, in interest income. So again, really good positives here to report. Lastly here, looking at the asset composition, I always like to throw this up from time to time. Just shows you that even though we don't make significant changes quarter to quarter, we do try to take advantage of every single asset type that's given to us. You can see cash flow, that orange bar getting a little tighter, and so that's just the natural progression of cash going out the door this time of the year, but us trying to take advantage of the various security types that are permissible under the city's policy. With that, any questions for me?
Councilman McKimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So interest rates at the next Fed meeting, if interest rates go up,
half point, what's gonna be our strategy for a particular city?
Yep.
And then
Great.
the second question on that, you can do them both at the same time, what happened with unrealized gains like last quarter versus, I think I saw a negative one last quarter. So, yes, if you could just give me a little history.
Yes.
On the strategy for the interest rates, if they go up, I suspect that they will, probably a quarter, maybe even a half, and then the unrealized gains for last quarter.
Yes, very good question. So the first part of that is kind of the hedge against the rising interest rate environment. And so two things behind that. So right now, they're pricing in about 1.5 rate cuts over the next 12 months. It is a chance that we could see that. The negative jobs report last week actually tempered some of those expectations. So right now, the expectation for a rate hike went down slightly. Definitely not disagreeing that we could see a rate hike. And so if that were to occur, it'd be likely to see maybe a quarter, potentially 0.5% hike at some point here over the next 12 months. So what that's going to do is impact front-end interest rates. So cash rates, anything inside of a year would likely start to rise with it. We're about 75 basis points or 0.75% higher on the curve right now, 3 to 5 years out. So we would actually have to see them raise three or four times at 0.25% each for a longer term investment right now to be underwater compared to those front end hikes. So we're taking this in an incremental phase. Obviously, we're not trying to take heavy bets whether or not they are or aren't going to hike. We really believe in trying to take the known rate today, because the sooner we do that, we can generate income for the city's portfolio. So you'll see on this chart here, we're front heavy for liquidity needs, but having that 21% or 60 million coming due inside of 12 months will allow us to take advantage of those hikes. So if the Fed does hike, we'll have stuff maturing every month to quickly take advantage of that. And then vice versa, we're still allocating some funds longer as a way to lock in interest rates now and hedge that movement. So we're taking advantage of both in a sense by being diversified on the front end and the long end in the event that we do start to see rates go up. Yep. Good question.
Unrealized gains.
Unrealized gains is one where that is really a byproduct of the changes in market values. So in the bond world, when interest rates decline or when interest rates go up, bond prices move in an inverse environment. And so bond prices will go down as yields go up. And so over the last few months here, we've seen bond prices go down. So anything that we've held previously to rates going up, those market values have decreased. So your unrealized loss actually increases. However, we're not buying and selling the portfolio actively. And so our goal is to buy and hold to maturity. And so when you do that strategy, you're not subject to those unrealized gains and losses. However, we are mindful of that. You know, an unrealized loss would occur if we had to liquidate the portfolio. That's essentially what that is recognizing. And so it's a measure of if you had to sell the entire portfolio today, what would you be looking at? And that's where the unrealized gains and losses come into the picture. And again, that's another reason to be diversified across the portfolio so that we're not having to take, forced sells early, and we have stuff maturing regularly so we don't have to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Councilmember Brown.
Good afternoon. So the vast majority of our investments right now are held in everything from overnight to 2 years.
For the bulk, yep, correct.
The vast majority of it. So why are we putting the majority of it only out to 2 years instead of putting into some of the more long-term investments?
Yep, so over this last couple of months of the quarter, we were keeping things a little more, letting them roll off into cash. We were building that cash bucket. And so in order for us to maintain that 11% in the 3 to 4, 4 to 5 year, we have to be actively reinvesting. And so when we're not actively reinvesting, we're trying to build cash, you're gonna see the portfolio kind of naturally shorten up. However, over this next quarter, because we've gotten through this debt service period, you're gonna see us redeploy some cash out into those longer portions. So it doesn't look like we are extending or adding to those positions, but just by keeping them where they are from quarter to quarter is showing that we're actively reinvesting in those spaces. We're not really making a heavy bet to add more exposure, so we're still trying to target about 10 to 15% in each of those buckets. So in order for us to get those levels a lot higher, we would have to sacrifice other areas of the portfolio. So we're doing it in a slower, strategic manner.
What would be the key indicators at the federal level to tell that we want to start taking more of this, a higher percentage, and putting it into those longer term investments.
Yeah, I mean, a fast declining interest rate environment would signal that we want to get longer quickly. However, the city's needs for liquidity kind of trumps that, unfortunately. You know, we would love to be, yeah, let's go 5 years and lock in the highest rate we can today. But we have to be prudent about the city's expenditure needs. And so that's why you do see a lot of this being front-loaded, just because there's a lot of debt service payments going on annually. And so, you know, we definitely want to be cautious with how much we're putting longer, even if the rate environment supports a longer-term duration.
And that is our longer term, is that primarily in treasuries or money market accounts?
When we go longer, you're going to be looking at treasuries and agency securities, yep, which are more the higher liquidity type of investments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kimball.
So if we go, if we increase cash, coming up the next 12 months, and it might be a question for staff, is there anything we need the cash for? Do we have any long-term projects that we need the cash for?
Well, I mean, yes, but, so what we do, this is not just based on interest rates. We have, positioned out in the future what our needs are for cash, so that's what drives this. If we need the cash today, you don't invest it in a five-year security. So the part of this is driven by interest rates, but part of it is what can we invest longer term? Because we know what our cash flow needs are. That's done every year. We update it all the time. It's driven by cash flow. But you also have to remember a lot of this is our fund balance. It's emergency fund. And what good is an emergency fund if you have an emergency and it's locked in for 5 years? Then you gotta sell it and take a loss. So there's a lot of trade-offs, a lot of back and forth, things you have to take into consideration on this. And so it's, we're not an investment firm. The most important things here are safety and liquidity. And then we can look at yield.
I didn't know if during this budget year, if we're gonna start the cash on a major road project.
And that's what you do with your cash flow analysis. Everything, it's not just the general fund operating budgets, it's all of our capital budgets. Because a big portion of some of this is bond funds.
Okay. Thanks.
I would like to add too that the over 9 is actually funds in the money market, so they are earning interest.
Okay, council, is there any other questions? Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate the questions. Thank you.
Your presentation. Madam Secretary.
Item 8, RS-26-128, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the submission and acceptance of a grant award from the Office of the Governor under the FY 2026 Homeland Security Grant Program, LETPA, application 5364401, designating the city manager as the city's authorized official and providing an effective date.
Good afternoon, Chief Policy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Manager. Some exciting news of grant funds that have been awarded. On January 28, 2025, Fire Department submitted a grant application under the FY 26 HSGP program. And it allows us to purchase a handheld hazardous materials IT system. On July 21st of 2026, we received notification the project has been awarded in the amount of $55,977. It doesn't require a fund match. City manager will be able to be designated as the city's authorized official, and they'll be able to accept, reject, alter, or terminate the grant on behalf of the city. This awarded funding will be utilized to purchase the Raman Spectrum Monitor, and the award covers a period of October 1, 25 to September 30, 26. So in typical government grant fashion, we get to act quickly after the award is given, before it expires, and we're ready to do that. There is no cash match, and the grant award will fully cover the purchase and any training needed. So we recommend City Council approve the acceptance of the FY 26 Homeland Security Grant LETPA Award for $55,977.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions, council? Thank you, sir. Chief Policy.
Madam Secretary?
Item 9, RS-26-129. Consider a memorandum resolution approving an agreement with Quick Roofing under TIPS Cooperative number 25010402 to repair the First National Bank Texas Family Recreation Center roof in the amount of $479,868.46.
Good evening, Mr. Murphy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. We're here to discuss the repairs to the First National Bank Family Recreation Center roof. A little bit of background: facility service has been actively addressing and attempting to isolate persistent leaks in the track area since September 2020. In December 2021, the gymnasium began to experience recurring roof leaks, which required installing window coverings on the north side and on the south side in December of 2022. Multiple roofing contractors have been engaged to diagnose and repair these issues, including the most recent service performed in October of 2026. In June of 2026, governmental CIP funds were identified for the use for the repairs of the facility for FY 2026. Facility services obtained a quote for quick roofing under the TIPS Cooperative Contract 250-10402 in an estimated amount of $479,868.46 to ensure the city secures the best value for this work. If council approves this project, the purchase order is issued no later than September 11th, and the estimated project start date will be October 7th, 2026, which places an estimated completion date of the last week of November of 2026. Just a couple of pictures showing the damage, persistent roof leaks around the drains. More images. Staff recommends that City Council approve Quick Roofing TIPS Cooperative Contract number 250-10402 for the repairs of the Linesville Park Senior Center roof, and authorizes, that's a misprint, for the repairs of the First National Bank Family Recreation Center roof, and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute any and all change orders within the amount set by state and local law. And I will answer any questions.
Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Mayor. I work out at the Recreation Center 3 evenings a week, and I enjoy it very much. The staff does a fantastic job every day. But when it rains really hard, the staff has to go upstairs and put out about 6 buckets under 6 different leaks on that roof. And if it rains for several days, like it does sometimes, then they're up there mopping and moving the buckets. It's pretty labor intensive. So I can attest, as a client at the Recreation Center, I hope we approve this. It's very important. It's also a safety issue because the water splashes on the floors. Some of us elderly people are up there working out. So it's not just a leak issue, it's a safety issue also. So I personally am very glad that we can be able to do this. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
What's the warranty on the work?
Standard of 20-year warranty.
Okay. And then, at least Mr. Cagle would be the best person to ask about this. We've used Quick Roofs 3 times in the past. The KPD headquarters on Feather Lane, and then the Special Events Center. Have we had any issues with the work that they've already completed?
Not to my knowledge.
And how have they been as far as the schedule, staying with the schedule that they've projected?
I'm not aware of any problems.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, how you doing, Dan? Will the repair require closing parts of the recreation center, pool, or gym, during construction? How will public scheduling be handled?
No, ma'am, it will not affect our normal operations hours. We will stage all repair equipment to the back of the service area where our trash receptacle is. They can access the roof from outside. They don't have to come in and do any repairs or assessments. So that is the general that we will continue under normal operations.
Okay, my second question would be, how many additional years of usable life would this $479K investment add to the facility?
We are projecting at least another 15 to 20 years. That's the warranty on the roof. Things happen, that building is aging, so whereas they're repairing certain sections, other sections It's just like anything else, may wear out in dated time, but we're projecting 15 to 20 years.
Alrighty, Mr. Murphy, how long would it take to complete?
It's gonna take about maybe 6 weeks. They just also finished the senior center roof, and they did it in about 3.5 weeks. So they are very proficient. They show up on time, attend the schedule, and really knock out the work.
Councilmember Brown?
Sorry, just, very quickly, based on the pictures, the damage has caused water infiltration, into the ceiling, the drop ceiling tiles. So does this cost include any repairs to the insides, the ceiling, and to any of the materials maybe that need to be replaced on the roof?
Doing the on-call and rear addressing leaks, any tiles that were damaged in it or replaced in, this repair should take care of that, so we don't incur anticipated cost for replacing any damage inside.
So we don't currently have any tiles that are showing water damage? And then what about the actual roof material itself? Do we have soft spots where the water was coming in?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Murphy, thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy, another question.
One more question, Mr. Murphy.
Councilmember Bass?
Thank you, Mayor. Have we checked for mold? Is there any mold involved in this project? Thank you.
Yes, sir, we have checked the mold. There is no mold mitigation needed at this time.
Thank you.
Any other question, council? That's it, sir. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Now it's time for citizens' comments regarding items that are on the agenda for tonight. Citizens will have 3 minutes to speak. There will be 1 minute allotted for city council to respond with a statement or explanation without engaging in dialogue. Madam City Secretary, please call the first name.
We have 8 speakers. First speaker is Dr. Sue Nisi Croft.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Once again, I'm here to address the KDC's presentation on the Opportunity Zone 2.0. I went through the slides. I saw their presentation. It's very impressive, but we must inject some historical reality into this room. The KEDC completely participated in Opportunity Zone 1.0. Our low-income local census tracts were federally designated under that first version for years. Yet what did Killeen taxpayers actually get for it? Since 2019, North Killeen has been left to rot as a severe food desert. The KEDC utterly failed to use version 1.0 to secure a basic grocery store for our community. The KDC will likely tell you that federal rules prevented them from dictating that private equity built under version 1.0, but that it is an excuse. The hard truth is that they failed to actively steer or incentivize developers towards our local food deserts under 1.0, choosing instead to focus entirely on standard industrial parks. They had a decade to use this federal tool to aggressively court developers for our most vulnerable neighborhoods. Instead, they took the path of least resistance, focused purely on industrial sites, and left our residents without access to fresh food. Instead of owning their failure, KDEC uses a deeply frustrating shift narrative to hide behind the Type 4A status. Been there over a decade and you couldn't get a 4B status? That would have taken care of both areas. When residents stand here demanding grocery stores, they claim they are legally barred from recruiting retail projects, even benching this city's the council's explicit motion of director to prioritize food access, yet tonight they pivot completely. They stand before you promoting Zone 2.0 as a massive win to revitalize our economically distressed neighborhoods. You cannot claim your 4A status rules completely, tie your hands on Monday, then citizens ask for food, and then claim on Tuesday that Opportunity Zone 2.0 is the saving grace for those exact same neighborhoods. This shifting narrative works because the KDEC operates with a zero day-to-day transparency, using privacy partnerships like 14 Forward to shield back-end developer negotiations from public view. Opportunity Zone 2.0 is may I have an additional minute, please?
Council? Yes, ma'am.
Opportunity 2.0 is a private capital gains tax shelter. It is not direct funding for our city budget. If KDC actively chooses to ignore our food desert version of during version 1.0, we have no reason to trust them with version 2.0. I urge this council to condition any future KDC projects, approvals, or zone support on absolute transparency. Demand they publish a public quarterly ledger tracking investor communication, concrete community impact metrics, stop accepting corporate rhetoric, and demand documented proof. One last thing, a 4A ties their hands, but a 4B would have them focus on not only the industrial area, but also the getting the grocery store in our community. Again, the 494, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Secretary?
Second speaker is Christian Bishop.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Christian Bishop. I've been living here for a long time. I went to school here, I went to church here, and I lived in abandoned buildings here. The only real thing I have to say is that closing the Friends in Crisis, and make no mistake, by failing to acquire proper funding for this shelter, you are failing to support the homeless people, is inhumanitarian. These people need help and support from the people that they are supposed to trust, that have been entitled or entrusted, I misspoke, with their safety. I yield my time to the rest of my friends.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary?
Third speaker is Anga Negu.
Good evening, ma'am.
Mayor, the 2027 budget lists $1.7 million to be used to remodel the Animal Adoption Center. The building was purchased in 2023 and it lasted 2 years. It was not inspected before it was purchased. Based on the appraisal done before the purchase, the building was worth around $1.7 million, which is what the purchase price was. Now that we finally have an inspection done, you're being asked to spend another $1.7 million on the same building, which in the end, it means that taxpayers are paying at least $3.4 million on a building that is worth half that much, or likely less. The previous owner of the building, he was a veterinarian on the Animal Advisory Committee, and he had close connections with the city manager. I know that because I was on the Animal Advisory Committee with him and with the assistant city manager. Is it possible that no inspection was done on the building because he really needed the money? He really needed to sell that building? He had it for for sale for 4 years, it wasn't selling. And also the city, I know for a fact, city called him and begged him to stay on the animal advisory committee. So, it was more beneficial to him not to have the inspection. That way, they get to sell the building and he gets his money. And council members, I want to remind you that you're elected by taxpayers, not by the city manager. Your priority should be the taxpayers. If you approve the CIP item, you'll have to explain to the taxpayers why you're spending $3.4 million at least on a building that is worth half than that and likely less. Additionally, you have to explain to the taxpayers why a person closely related or associated with the city manager financially benefited from the sale of this building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. City manager?
I just want to make clear to everyone that testimony is false. I don't know the man. I know the name that was on that board, no relationship whatsoever.
You know the assistant city manager,
Well, I believe the accusation was a relationship with me, and that's what I'm responding to.
Thank you, Mr. King. Clean that up.
Speaker number 4, Dr. Cameron Cochran.
Good evening, sir.
Hey, aloha. I'm gonna talk about the Killeen Economic Development Corporation. For your knowledge, I'm against giving KEDC any more money. They have too much money as it is. But first, let's look at the fact that no new businesses were shown on the slides. So later, when you look at the slides, make sure you look and see if you notice any new businesses coming here. You won't see them. Secondly, what about the return on investment? So far, I've counted 49 car washes, who may or may not use recycled water, 38 vape shops near the KSD schools, a multitude of nail salons, people driving from Killeen to other nearby cities. So far, the KEDC hasn't really helped us, the taxpayer that give them the money. On the other hand, if you demand accountability and transparency, you'll agree with me and stop wasting money and giving it to the hands of the KEDC. For example, I noticed that a month ago, Tyler Robert was on the schedule to talk about the Killeen Economic Development Corporation, but somehow he was overtaken by the Fifth Amendment, as we call it. Hopefully he won't use that tonight when asked questions about the grocery store in the north. Last time, that hour was spent talking about the Northern District grocery store and how it should have been a priority, but it wasn't a priority. And it, again, is not even mentioned on the PowerPoint slide presentation for tonight. So I guess we'll have to find out why something was supposed to be investigated, wasn't investigated, but the City Council tried not to look into it, but now it's delayed until December. I say we should deduct the money from the KEDC. The last achievement I really saw was they spent about $100 million updating the logo. They put a nice yellow flower on it. I don't know what yellow flower means for Texas here in the central area. We don't sell flowers. We don't make flowers. That's Tyler, Texas, not Killeen, Texas. Again, that's money well spent on changing the logo, $100 million. Now let's talk about the budget, operating budget. May I suggest that we take the cost from painting underneath the 6 bridges and use that for I can't say the word, forensic audit, and look at the financial records. That's something that's usually done when they switch city managers at typical cities, but again, Killeen's not typical. They don't do things like other cities here. Instead, they find ways to misuse the taxpayer funding. For example, we talked about the family center. How about this building? I haven't seen anything in the budget for fixing the roof on here. The city manager loves to give tours up there, the private tours. I think we should use the money for I can't say the word, an audit, for an audit. The last clean audit was back in 2017. It cost around $394,000. We used recycled money from either the bridge or the now defunct Rosa Hartford Community Center, around $2 million that's coming back. We can both recycle the money and save money. If not, I asked you, where's the transparency? Last thing is downtown events. Why do we keep having downtown events if we're in $2 million deficit? We keep having events to help out one brewery. Please stop having downtown events and wasting our money. Thank you.
Speaker number 5, John Hahn.
sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Hello, my name is JT Hahn with Armor of God Outreach, and we have came here about a year ago just to pray over the council and to kind of find out what's going on in our town, because we wanted to step into really loving our city. I'm born and raised here. I've been here for 50 years of my life. I went to school here, and during that time, there was a lot of questions being asked of what's happening to help our city overcome the homeless situation that we have here. And from that day, I've taken on, I get to take on the opportunity to try to make a difference. So we've been trying to make a difference. We started with 61 North Gilmer Street, which is gonna be it's designed to be a thrift store with possibility to eventually become a day shelter. And that's where we were okay with. That's where we were able to get the zoning for. That's what we were trying to do. And then it came about that the Friends in Crisis was closing. So just last week, we went and tried to purchase a building. We got under contract for the building to hopefully fill that void. The reason I'm up here today is not to ask for money. If you want to give us money, please do. But like what we're asking for is for you each to join in the battle with us. That takes writing checks out of your personal pocket. That takes going to these events and getting your churches involved in what we're doing. That takes October the 2nd, myself, Feed My Sheep, and several other temple organizations. We're coming together in Belton because we want to bring Killeen and Temple together to face this, because there's a lot of people that come from Temple over to Killeen and Killeen over to Temple. So we're trying to have a sleep out. So we're asking each of you to come and sleep outside with us that night and worship and just kind of feel what our unhoused are feeling. We've got this divide that I'm really praying around, is trying to break this divide in Nolanville, that we can come together as a county, as Central Texas, to change our unhoused population here. Our county commissioners, they're willing to step back in and make this happen. But we need this council and Temple Council to come together. The nonprofits are together. We're forming. We're doing what we can to do to make this change. That's just step one. We've got to really look at our low-income housing, our Clean Housing Authority. If we can revive the Clean Housing Authority and we can bring that back and get it to just a baseline, ours, Ms. McNair, she's already gotten a big grant to take care of those type of things in other locations.
Yes, Council. Yes.
So if we can revive that and get that going again and really start working on this low-income housing, we can make a difference. But just sitting here and not doing anything about it's not going to get it done. Not that I'm saying that you're not doing anything about it. It's just we've got to come together. We can't do it alone. We have got to come together. And then jobs, like the people that are sitting in here that represent our unhoused community, they come to me on a daily basis looking to go to work or get an ID. I can't give everybody a job. It's our job to create them. And that's what we need to do. We need to come together as a unified body and get jobs and get these things to come together, and just join with me and let's do this together. I can't do it alone. I need your help. I'm not talking about as a government. I'm talking about as an individual, a citizen of this area. So please, 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 I'm begging you to come along the side of us and come volunteer at Armor of God or bring us a couch to sell, whatever we can do. But just please, please, please come along. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just really quick, I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Hahn and our community that has answered that call and has come together. And to your point, you're absolutely right as far as unity in our city and being solutions driven. I accept your challenge because I've made the call from here for us to stop fighting each other and find solutions. Not necessarily saying I'm gonna have all the answers or he's gonna have all the answers or she's gonna have all the answers, but to find solutions to our problems. This is a tenfold situation that we're dealing with. It's not just an issue of homelessness, it's bringing people back up out of it, it's creating opportunities for people for employment. That's gonna take our workforce commission and other area businesses. So again, I accept your challenge, and I hope that anyone out there is listening as well. Here's that call. But again, thank you, because you've done what everybody said we couldn't do as far as at least getting this ball rolling and unifying our community behind one common goal. So do not lose the fight. Keep it up. Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The speaker, Mr. Hahn, said that the nonprofits are forming. Is there a formal umbrella in which the nonprofits collectively are operating? I don't know if there is one. If there is one, I'd like to hear from who they are and what they're doing, because I think the solution to this problem, granted, individual council members, we all do what we do, right, and shake, and on that, I think I can probably speak for everybody up here, they probably do something. But this answer to homelessness is not gonna be resolved by the Temple City Council or the Killeen City Council. There are many organizations that call themselves nonprofits, and they want to help those who are needy. And as the Mayor Pro Tem said, now is the time for people to come together and let's do that. And if there is a umbrella in which all the nonprofits are forming, I'd like to know what that is, and then I look forward to working with it.
Yes, you may.
We have a homeless coalition, which Sergeant Moore's part of, but what we've started, we have a prayer meeting with Friends in Crisis, not Friends in Crisis, Family, Feeding My Sheep in Temple, Cove House, Family Promise, and there's a multitude of people, Rucker Preston, which is now, he has the same position as Ms. McNair does here. We're all getting together in Temple, we're praying, and what our hope is that we can get our cities to join together on October the 2nd and do this stand out or sleep out. And what that's doing is trying to bring, reason we're trying to do it in Belton is so we can meet halfway in the middle, and we can take our egos out of the play and start putting action into play. And what that means is that we're not worried about if it's Killeen's or Temple's or Belton's or Harker Heights. We're worried about fixing the problem. I know that money is coming towards Killeen for grants and to Temple for grants, but we're trying. It's a systematic problem in our area. So if we can fix it in our area, the city of Killeen is a lot better and a lot better at shelter. They're a lot better at having a police department that supports our unhoused. Feed My Sheep does a great job in Temple. They've already got the land, they've already got the stuff to do the tiny homes. So why replicate both problems? Let's be a great shelter here and have a great tiny home community there and work together, pass some people on. We don't have to own it. It doesn't have to be ours. It needs to be a collective effort, and that's what we're championing right now, to do that, to more of a community effort versus Killeen, Temple, Harker Heights, Belton.
Councilmember Williams.
How you doing there, Mr. JT? I too have had the opportunity to assist you as well. My question though, a lot of people don't understand the difference between a shelter and a transition center. Could you kind of give us a cap on what's the definition or what's the difference between the two?
Emergency shelter, we have disaster relief. We have people that are unhoused because they get down here and a parent won't let them come in, or they come down here and they live with their son, and then the wife doesn't like them, so they get kicked out. They lose all their documentation, so they're stuck. We work with documentation on a daily basis. It seems to be one of the biggest things that hold us back. Transitional is getting them to a place to transition. Transitional is getting them a job that they can afford to take care of the rent. They can take care of the responsibilities. Emergency is finding them where they're, at the lowest, most vulnerable part. So if we can get them at their, meet them where they're at their lowest and most vulnerable part, and provide hope, provide documentation, provide the ability to get a job, the ability to get a house, the ability to pay a rent. If we can do that in the first 90 to 180 days, then getting them into a transitional housing through the grants and stuff that we get through CBDG, that changes it, because that's a 6 month to 12 month process, free rent for that long. And then hopefully by then, we've walked alongside them enough that they're ready to take on the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We really appreciate what you're doing, in this community. And I believe the council they understand what you're saying. A lot of us, we are out in the community, and, we just hope the best. We can come together, and we are coming together.
Yes.
And, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Madam Secretary?
The sixth speaker is Raiden Saunier.
Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Raiden Saunier, and I am currently at Friends of Crisis Shelter. And one thing I wanted to say is that when I learned yesterday what was happening, it was what I thought was misinformation, because I was told it was going to be closed down by October 1st, not September. So instead of a month and a half that they would have given us, they have now given us roughly 15 days to find another shelter. And the shelters that we have called do not have open spots. They do not have anywhere else that they can go. There are women here that are with me today that have to physically leave the shelter by 6 a.m. and 7. They have to go to a park because they're not allowed to stay inside, and they're not veterans. The veterans get to stay inside, which is fine. I understand that. But the problem with it is that they have to go in the heat. They have to go all the way down the road or have to walk because they're not able to get transportation. And the sad fact of the matter is that one of these women that are with me today, they were elderly. They have had strokes multiple times because she had lack of transportation, because she was in pain. And there has been no one that has actually stepped up and said anything about transportation. The fact that the shelter has been declining in such a state where most bunks have to be cleaned, or people are not being able to find their jobs, or women and children that have lived there. If there is another woman with a child, while this shelter's closed, their hope, at some point, they're going to be getting outdated information. And if they show up to the door and they say, we're not taking in anyone, they're gonna have to turn a child away, or turn elderly women, or the elders away, or veterans that can't do anything, disabled veterans. And I'm not saying that, it's anyone's fault specifically. What I'm saying is that, and what gave me a sense of hope was that Miss Jessica had come over there about a few days ago, and she had given me hope because she told me that we can do better. And that's something that really stuck with me. We all have to step up. We all got to do better, because we can't tell people to step up and expect them to step up if we can't meet them halfway. We've all got to do better together. It's the point where when someone is being told that they can't come into a place because of some way that they are, or the fact that a place lacks transportation, it's not their fault. But to turn down a shelter like this would be a catastrophic event for people that are genuinely trying to lift themselves back up. And the fact that it would be closing, if it were to close, which I hope it doesn't, I can hopefully get you to understand that this would be, again, very catastrophic to these people. But where would they go? Why would a child have to be sleeping outside with their mother, or the elderly that can't do anything about it? And Mr. JT has helped me more in the fact than anyone else has in the short amount of time that I've had. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kimberly Jones.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Jones. I've been living, oh, sorry. actually had to run from a abusive, situation. And they had no other place that I was calling everywhere for shelter, and literally, no one else would take me but the Friends of Crisis. So for that being said, it's like, they've been kind of like a family to me, and, there's really good people that's working there. And, it's just, I'm just like this close to finding like employment and actually rising up from it's just like, just this close. So it's like, it would be very, like a shame to, not see it like level up from, not paying for it or having funds for it this time around. Because it's really helping some like people, it's helping me level up into, being a, more sophisticated young woman that I should be nowadays. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Next speaker is Ronnie Russell.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Of course, I'm here for DS 26076. Knowing and understanding that the Innovation Business Service Center, going back, the BRC, once it closed down, it left that large gap in the entrepreneur ecosystem. And now when the Innovation Business Service Center was created to plug that gap, I see no reason not to keep that on the agenda to ensure that is continue to be funded. Whether you do it the same way that you did last time, earmark, set it to the side, and then once that those funds become available and seen when you're doing the budget, then just go ahead and make that line item actionable with that. So that's my request during that time. There's no reason to open that door for improvement, but then close that door once the improvement was there. We have to make sure that we're talking about economic development and business development. That really starts with opening up doors for businesses to actually start. Because what we do not have in the city is a sustainment package. And that is what the service center is going to do, is to create that sustainability within our entrepreneurial ecosystem to ensure that not only do they have the opportunity to start, they also have the tools and the assets to actually continue that business and not just open and close. Because that's what happened, not just in the city, but open and close happen a lot with business in general. But if we have opportunities and access, then we create what is different here in the Bell County area. Because we are incorporating not just the technology piece, but also the technology tools that individuals can use. Hearing the gentleman come up here and talk about the nonprofits and stuff like that. So what I'm gonna do, hearing that, is we're gonna create a nonprofit AI workshop for them. Not just those nonprofits, we'll do it for the entire nonprofit community and show them what tools that they can use to enhance. Because a lot of times people wanna do fundraisers, but they don't have the tools that they can actually use to raise funds, or tools they can actually use for their operation and for their logistics and for their marketing. Because it doesn't just stop with them, and it shouldn't stop with them, it should start with them, because nonprofits share the same community, but they have specific communities. And what I'll do for them is figure that out. You know, I have an introductory next week, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do and then have that for them. So we'll take on that weight, because you shouldn't have to take on all the weight. There are organizations that can assist you with getting these things done, and we'll take that on and create that for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary.
The ninth speaker is Pat.
Excuse me, Madam Secretary, Councilmember Brown.
Just Mr. Russell, if you could email an invitation to the council members when you have that set up, that would be wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, you can come back up, she's asking you a question. Oh, it wasn't a question? Oh. Madam Secretary?
The next speaker is Patsy Bracy.
Good evening, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I sat in that seat over there as long as I could. I'm speaking in reference to, 12629, roofing for the Lion Center. All I'm asking is, to make this happen, pay attention to the roofers, because Rosa Herford never got a roof after 6 years. All respect to Mr. Murphy, has nothing to do with him, but that was the greatest embarrassment to the city and to the members of this city council. And I want to tell you something else. There was an individual that knew the reputation that was hired to do that job, and they failed to tell you. But remember, this is not to everybody. Empty wagons keep the most noise.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all the speakers.
That's it. I'm sorry, Madam Secretary.
That's all the speakers, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will continue on with, we'll go into our regular session. Madam Secretary.
Consent agenda. Item 1, MN-26-021, consider minutes of special city council meeting of June 9th, 2026. Item 2, MN-26-022, consider minutes of regular city council meeting of June 16th, 2026. Item 3, MN-26-023, consider minutes of special city council meeting of July 14th, 2026. Item 4, RS-26-124, consider a resolution memorandum approving a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Item 5, RS-26-125, consider a resolution memorandum approving a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Statewide Interoperable Channel Plan. Item 6, RS-26-126, consider a memorandum resolution awarding RFP number 26-19, Killeen Civic and Conference Center Booking and Event Management Software to N4 US LLC for a 3-year contract in the amount of $108,350.02.
Okay. I will entertain a motion on the consent items. Councilmember Brown.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Councilmember Williams.
I second it.
Okay, is there any discussion? There's no discussion. All in favor, signify by yes. All opposed, no. Okay, the motion carries 7-0. Ladies and gentlemen, council, we're gonna just take a five-minute break. Be right back.
How you doing, Because I know you. How you doing? That was not painted too. You know that, don't you? He said that you partnered with him too.
So I was about to say, you said you use that terminology When I meet people, I meet people. I don't care what your background, you can help.
Yeah, I can. So, so.
Okay. Yeah, I went to a conference and I used to have like a business card or something, you know. And you run out. This right here. Yes, sir. Yeah, this shit.
It does, but I'll be
Yeah, they're living, they need a haircut. I would probably, in my assessment, We can do that. I highly recommend doing this. Help me prepare for this. Better results, better outcomes.
I can't tell you how many times
I wish we'll be in touch.
Call the meeting back in order. Madam Secretary, we will now go into our regular session resolutions for individual consideration. Madam Secretary.
All right, resolutions. Item number 7, RS-26-127. Consider a memorandum resolution approving the investment reports for the quarter ending June the 30th, 2026.
Council, Ms. Tanglewood has reviewed the presentation. Would y'all like to repeat this? Okay, I will entertain the motion. Councilmember Brown.
Move to approve RS-26-127.
Councilmember Kimball.
Second.
There was a second motion by Councilmember Kimball. Any discussion? All in favor signify by yes. All opposed? No. Okay, we can reset that. The motion passed 7-0. Madam Secretary?
Item 8, RS-26-128. Consider memorandum resolution authorizing the submission and acceptance of a grant award from the Office of the Governor under FY 2026 Homeland Security Grant Program, LETPA, application 536-44001, designating the city manager as the city's authorized official and providing an effective date.
Okay, Council Chief Kabisky has reviewed this presentation. Would you like him to repeat it? Okay, I will take a motion. Entertain a motion. Councilmember Brown, Kimball? Councilmember Kimball?
I move that we approve RS-26-128.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Brown. Any discussion? There's no discussion. All in favor signify by yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Madam Secretary.
Item number 9, RS-26-129. Consider a memorandum resolution approving an agreement with Quick Roofing under TIPS Cooperative number 25010402 to repair the First National Bank Texas Family Recreation Center roof in the amount of $479,868.46.
Council, Mr. Murphy has reviewed this. Would you like for him to go over it again? I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Brown?
Move to approve RS-26-129.
Councilmember Kendricks? Second by Councilmember Kendricks. Any discussion? All in favor signify by yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Madam Secretary.
Public hearings. Number 10, public hearing PH-26-026. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance on behalf of PCW Investments LLC and Ivan Arias, case Z26-11, to rezone approximately 0.24 of an acre, being part of lots 1 and 5, block 6, North Side Addition and Lot 1, Block 5 out of the replat of Lots 1 and 2, Block 5, North Side Addition from B3 Local Business District to R1 Single Family Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 312 and 313 East Texas Avenue, Killeen, Texas.
Good evening, Ms. Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a city-initiated request to rezone the properties at 312 and 313 East Texas Avenue from B3 to R1. Both properties have an existing detached single-family home, which are considered legal non-conforming and are therefore subject to Chapter 31 provisions that state that a non-conforming structure cannot be rebuilt in case of total destruction or expanded. So if approved, the request will bring the current use of the properties into compliance with the zoning ordinance. As you know, the intent of this initiative to do city-initiated rezonings is to assist property owners by rezoning their legal non-conforming properties and establish the current use of the property as conforming with the zoning regulations, with the goal being to ensure that property owners are better positioned to sell and refinance their properties in the future if they choose to do so. Red star on your screen. The red star on your screen indicates the location of that property. This is the zoning map, so you can see there are two parcels, one on the north side of East Texas Avenue and one on the south side. This is an aerial view facing the subject property at 312 and a view of the property at 313, facing east on East Texas Avenue and facing west. Properties are located within the infill and enhanced area on the growth sector map and designated traditional neighborhood on the future land use map. Both property owners were provided with a consent form to authorize the request. We received one response on consent form. The other property owner did not respond. We notified 63 surrounding properties and received no written responses. This is the notification map. Staff's recommendation is for approval as presented, and the Planning and Zoning Commission on July 13th also recommended approval unanimously. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on the council? Councilmember Brown?
Are these city-initiated requests?
Yes,
So how do we justify rezoning something if the property owner hasn't consented to it then?
So the process that we've utilized is that if we've identified properties that are legal non-conforming, typically if we've not done anything that isn't a residential use in a commercial zoning district. And as you recall, this was something that council asked that we start doing a number of years ago, and so we've done I don't know how many at this point. And so what the process has been is that we send out a form notifying the property owner before we send out the notification. So we always send, for any rezoning, we're required to send out notification, but before we send out that notification, we send a form saying your property's been identified. If you don't object, you don't have to do anything, but if you want to submit a letter, fill out this form and you can consent, but if you don't object, we'll proceed. Now, we've only had one property owner that said, hey, I don't want you to rezone my property, and we've not proceeded with that city-initiated rezoning.
And other than, excuse me, other than sending that notice out, is there any other follow-up with the property owner to ensure they even received that letter?
No. The only way we have to get in touch with them is via the letter.
Okay, my concern is with hearing nothing back that we do this, and then the property owner for that particular lot comes back and says, well, I was never notified, I didn't get the message. Do we know if that property is owner occupied or if it's a rental?
I do not.
Yeah, and so what happens if they come back later and they say, no, I wanted it to remain commercial? So let's say they're, for whatever reason, that's what their determination is, even with them being legal non-conforming right now, then what process happens at that point?
It can always be rezoned back.
Do we have the options tonight of approving one and not the other?
believe so, yes.
Okay, I thought we might, I just wanted to make sure, and again, my only, my concern about it again is not getting at least some confirmation that they received the letter informing them the city intended to move along with this process. So, thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
I have a question. Are there existing residential homes on 312 and 313 East Texas Avenue that are currently operating as non-conforming structures on a B3 zoning? Or is the applicant planning new residential infill construction?
The applicant's not planning anything.
They're not planning anything?
They're just legal non-conforming, so we've been, as I said, over the last year or two, identifying non-conforming properties, and systematically through a city-initiated process, rezoning them to make them conforming.
Councilmember Nasty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Good evening, Mayor. This is something that the council approved, I think, 2 years ago, and that's why your department went ahead with the direction from the council. And if I understood correctly, we had this conversation about communication, is that the letter that goes out to the resident or the renter is that you either can send it back with your concerns, or you can send it back and you can agree, or if you do not have a problem with rezoning, you don't have to do anything.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if there was another way, which you said there is no other way how to communicate, then that's my concern, because if we already tell them you don't have to respond, then they won't know if they should or should not compare the council per se. So if, and I'm not saying do it, I'm just a recommendation to ensure that we don't move ahead and this is not an agenda item for us to have to vote on this property, other than you sending someone out to the house, knocking on the door, say, hey, we sent you this mail, here, this is what we're going to do. But can we make that little minor change that the recipient, the resident should respond back to it to just confirm, and that will, that's just a recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. We certainly can. The practice, as I said, has been to send a letter, and if we don't receive any opposition to the city-initiated rezone, to go ahead and do it, with the reasoning being that often we don't hear a response. And so if we only proceeded with city-initiated items on properties where the property owner proactively confirms that they're in agreement, we probably would do a fraction of what we've done.
Right, but because of concern from another council member that that person was not contacted, and hypothetically, if the council decided not to vote on that particular property because there was no response back, then this will be a process in the future. You have to send somebody out there and do it. So I was just not trying to tell you how to change it. Your department, Mr. Kagan, can work that out. But I was just curious about that, that's all. But it is a council initiative that we voted on.
We could certainly proceed only with those property owners that complete the form and consent to the rezoning process.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just, my personality, if there's a problem, I like to give a solution. I don't want to bring a problem, I don't have a solution. So I was just trying to help out in that area, but just a recommendation.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, in council, we won't bring any more of these back unless we can go to P&Z until we have positive confirmation from the property owner. I think that's easy to do.
Thank you, Mr. Kagan. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I'm clear, you send a letter to the owner, not the resident.
Property owner, yes, sir.
Property owner, not the resident. You send a letter to the owner.
As
Owners live
listed
in
in Belfast.
Florida, Arizona, most times they do. So you send a letter to the owner and it says, hey, we're gonna change the zoning of your property. If you don't mind, don't respond. So as far as we know, the owner did receive the letter, they don't care. I mean, or they don't, because they're not here. as far as to say that the owner didn't get the letter, we don't know. They probably did, it's like, well, yeah, I haven't been in Killeen in 10 years, and the order away.
The letter gives the property owner the opportunity to respond either to confirm or.
But the letter says if you do not respond, you're going to go through with the owner.
That's been our practice, yes.
So,
I don't.
so
I
the
don't have a
owner
copy of the letter
probably
from the
did
council.
get the letter, and they want you to go ahead with it.
Our practice has been if we don't receive a response that we.
So why
proceed.
change the process? I mean, we have a process that's working. We have a process, we have a council initiated action, and it's been working, why change it? And if the owner of the property wants to contest it later, then there's still a process to do that, if they want a commercial still. Right?
I think you're right, it's worked so far. And I'll have to say I missed this one, but hey, it's kind of hard to rezone someone's property without affirmative permission. Because the first problem we have, they're gonna come back and say, I didn't get it. That's, now, this is not the end of the world. We could offer a city initiated case to rezone it back, but one, I don't think we should put ourselves in that
Okay,
position.
I just know we had a plan.
Yes, sir.
That's out there, the citizens, we wanted to, control infield, we wanted to do beautification, we wanted to, now we're changing the plan again, so I get it.
And this was more for protection for property owners that had residential, this is the way this started, it was residential property that was on business, and someone was trying to sell their home and they couldn't sell it because it was zoned commercial. So at that time, the commitment was made to fix all the problems, and I don't think we really thought about someone that wouldn't respond or this particular situation.
Since we've been doing this, has anybody come back and said, hey, one person?
There's been one property owner that said no.
Did you change that?
No, we didn't proceed with it.
That was not.
Oh, you didn't proceed?
No, sorry.
Okay. So it's working.
I believe so, yes.
No, I'm sorry. So, how many we have done so far since 2 years ago? I mean, just an estimate.
I'm estimating probably 20 or so.
Yeah.
I will say that this was an initiative that, as Mr. Cagle said, started because we had a non-conforming property that the property owner was trying to sell, and they found out that they couldn't close on the property. So we did this in an effort, again, to help property owners bring their property into conformance, so that if they choose to do so, they can sell or refinance with ease.
Thank you. Councilmember Kenji.
Yes, I don't want to draw this out. I agree with what Mr. Cagle said. I also agree with, what Councilman Cagle said. Is there a way where, I think if we get a certified letter and the letter doesn't come back, it gets signed, boom, everything is covered. That's my suggestion, recommendation. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Brown.
I just want to say I support the initiative of the city-initiated request to bring things into conformance. That is not the question here. I appreciate the idea of doing certified letters. We would have to include that into the budget for community development, because that is then something that they would have to pay for that we don't currently account for in their budget. So we need to make sure if we want them to send certified that they do that. Otherwise, I think it's just as time effective to continue first-class mail with the option to email or mail back a response. If they don't receive it back with an affirmative, yes, you have my consent, then they just don't have to move forward with the rest of that process, which saves time for the staff anyway, and eliminates a potential liability that the city would have. I'm just concerned about weird instances. Somebody has a house there right now, they bought it though because it was a commercially zoned property. At some point, they wanna run a business out of that structure. And then they're upset when they come back and they get told that they can't get a certificate of occupancy because they're no longer zoned what they thought they were. This is my only concern. So with that said, Mr. Cable, in this situation, would you recommend that because we don't have express consent or confirmation that they received that request, do we just go ahead and approve and then go through the whole process later if they are objective to it? Or approve the 313 and disapprove the 312?
Well, I suppose for me to be consistent, I would have to say just approve the one that we have approval on. Like I said, it's probably not a huge deal, but it just doesn't feel right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And the, where's this, the property owner's not here? Okay. Any other questions, council? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Do we need to open this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like me to read the ordinance caption as well into the record?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
An ordinance amending the city of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 0.24 of an acre being part of lots 1 and 5, block 6, North Side Addition, and lot 1, block 5 out of the replat of lots 1 and 2, block 5, North Side Addition from B3 Local Business District to R1 Single Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no other questions, then I will open up, public hearing is open. Madam Secretary?
We have no one signed up for this public hearing, sir.
Okay. Then I will close public hearing. Councilmember Brown?
Just need to clarify something with you, Attorney, before I make a motion to.
You may, ma'am.
Thank you. Is it appropriate to make a single motion approving one property and disapproving the other property?
Yes, or you can make your motion only to approve the other one if there were no other motions. The other one would be, matter of fact, it would not be approved.
Okay, so then I move to approve 313 East Texas Avenue as requested under PH-26-026.
Okay, there's a motion. Now, is there a second? Councilmember Williams?
I second it.
Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Bass?
So does that mean we would disapprove 312?
Correct, because that one did not have the consent form returned.
But the staff recommendation is that we approve 312 and 313, is that correct?
Mr. Cable just recommended that we approve 313, that we have the consent for, but not 312 at this time, since we do not have the consent from them.
Is that what you recommend, Mr. Cagle?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other further discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, all in favor signify by yes, or opposed, no. Okay, motion passed 7-0. Madam Secretary?
Item 11, PH-26-027, 2024-26-027, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance on behalf of Callis Projects Limited Liability Company, 1401 Mulford Street Series, and Berta P. Nolasco, case Z26-12, to rezone approximately 0.144 of an acre out of H. O'Neill Survey, abstract 645, from B3 Local Business District to R2 Two-Family Residential District, and Lot 1, Block 1, Mulford Edition, from B3 to R1 Single Family Residential District. The subject properties are locally addressed as 1401 and 1411 Mulford Street, Killeen, Texas, and the ordinance caption reads, an ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 0.144 of an acre out of the H. O'Neill Survey, abstract 645, from B3 Local Business District to R2 Two-Family Residential District, and Lot 1, Block 1, Mulford Edition, to B3 Local Business District to R1 Single Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is another city-initiated item. The properties are locally addressed as 1401 and 1411 Mulford Street. 1401 Mulford Street is a detached single-family home, and 1411 is a two-family home. Existing homes are both considered legal non-conforming and subject to Chapter 31 provisions, which state that a non-conforming structure cannot be rebuilt. Obviously, if approved, this request would bring the properties into conformance, and the intent is to assist property owners. The red star indicates the location of this property. As you can see here, this is the zoning map, so 1411 Mulford is the one to the north, and 1401 is located on the northwest corner of Mulford and East Dean Avenue. This is an aerial. This is 1401 Mulford. This is a view across the street from that property. 1411 Mulford, and across the street from it, facing south and facing north. Properties are located in the infill and enhance area on the gross sector map and designated traditional neighborhood. Both property owners were provided with a consent form to authorize. We did not receive responses from either of these property owners. But we did send notification to the 70 surrounding property owners regarding the request. This is the notification buffer. Staff is recommending approval, however, given that we haven't received the confirmation forms, I suppose we'll leave it to the council's discretion.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
I will say the planning and zoning, I apologize, planning and zoning recommended approval by a vote of 6-0 on July 13th.
All right. Councilmember Brown.
Who is Callis Projects Unlimited, or Limited Liability?
Property owner.
Okay, because in Bellcat 1411 is under a different name. But, yeah, I apologize. I see that there's a second one from Berta. Again, I would just, to be consistent, would recommend not approving these two since neither one has the consent form, given what we did on the last item. So, thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
This question, why is 1411 Mulford seeking R2 duplex two-family while 1401 is just for single family?
Because it's an existing duplex.
And is 1411 for multi-unit renovation?
Bear with me just a second.
Okay.
Go back to that slide and see which one was which.
Thank you.
So 1401 is a detached single-family home, I apologize, and 1411 is the existing two-family home. So that's the reason that one is being proposed to be rezoned. R1 is our single-family residential zoning district, and R2 is R2 family residential district. So R2 is being proposed for the existing duplex, and R1 is being proposed for the existing single family.
And is the, can the lot accommodate all three parking requirements or parking lot requirements?
I believe so. Again, this is an existing development.
Okay, any other questions, council? Okay, if there's no other questions, Councilman Wade, okay. Good, okay, no other questions, I will now open public hearing. Council, Madam Secretary.
I have no one signed up to speak to this item.
Okay, there's no one. Public hearing is closed. Okay, council, need a motion, Councilmember Brown?
I have a question for the attorney and a question for Ms. Mesher about it.
You may.
I just want to make, and I know I have to go back in item to ask this question, but because the 312 was not part of the motion, technically that one would still be able to come back at a later time without having to go through the whole process again? Is that correct?
It was not approved, and so it's come to council and it was not approved, so it hasn't been disapproved, but was not approved. So you're saying if at some point the person came up and said, no, I really did want this to go through like 6 months, I would probably still at that point, I mean, if we're talking about 6 months later, recommend going back through.
No, and I asked the question because I think on this one, in thinking about what might happen, and because we just now decided tonight to change the process for that, if we were to postpone or table this one until the next meeting, and also to give the staff enough time to try to actually make contact with property owners between now and 2 weeks from now, and then perhaps that could apply also to 312 without them having to go through the whole process all over again.
If you wanted to postpone the item, and then, to do that, I think that would be fine. And you could make a motion for, to have staff bring the other one back as well.
So in thinking about it, because we are just changing it tonight, then in that case, I move to postpone PH-26-027 till the next meeting. And then after the vote on that, Mayor, I would have the second motion. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Pass?
No, I was gonna make a motion, but I'll stand now.
Okay. Councilmember Kimball?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Brown? Okay. All right, all in favor, signify by yes. Those opposed, no. The table. This item. Okay, the motion carries 4 to 5 to 2. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Brown.
I'd also like to make a motion of direction to request staff to bring back both properties in PH-26-027 and also the property at 312 East Texas Avenue in 2 weeks, and try to make contact with those property owners to see if they have consent in that timeframe.
Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I second.
Okay, any discussion? For discussion, all in favor?
Can we restate the motion, please?
Yes, you can, sir. You can.
to have staff attempt to reach out to the property owners that were not approved tonight, and then come back at the next meeting and let us know if they had received consent from those owners.
Okay, City Attorney, Madam City Attorney, that's what you recorded. So,
Yes.
okay. The motion carries 7-0. That is tabled. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Discussion items, item 12, DS-26-074, receive quarterly financial report.
Hello again, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Mayor, thank you, council members. This item is to discuss the third quarter financial report. This is the accounting calendar for fiscal year 2026. We are here, we already received the investment report, now we're going to see the financial report. And the next quarter report, it will be the last one for fiscal year 26, will be in November 17th. And the overview, we're gonna see the staffing indicators, we're gonna review the major operating funds and the special revenue funds. So for the staffing indicators turnover, this is as of June 2026. We have an overall turnover of 18%, with a 70% of total classified positions, and the public safety positions, you see that we have it 102 and 103% for fire and police, and that is because of the overhire program that we're running. Now we're gonna talk about the general fund. This report looks a little bit different than last quarter report, and that's because I wanted to give you guys a little bit more information. So the first column here is actually the year-to-date total June. This is the revised budget, the percent of the budget, the forecast, when we think we're gonna end at the end, and the forecast versus budget and the prior year change, right? So for the revenues for general fund, for June 30th, we have 112 million. The revised budget, 84% of collections. We're forecasting 132.35. The forecast versus budget, we forecasting we're going to receive 1 million less than we budgeted. And then the prior year change, we're still collecting 5% more than last year. For the expenses, you can see we are at 96.3 as on June 30th. We are 70% of the budget. We're forecasting 133. It's 3.74 under budget, and then we still have 4.9% increase from prior year. The net change, we are still forecasting to end 1.26 in the negative instead of 3.95 the revised budget. So the fund balance is at 33.7 right now, what we're forecasting for general fund. And this is another view as an expenditures by department. As you can see, the one before was by personnel. This is by department, and you can see who is at budget and how we're forecasting, and who's going to be under budget and for how much. For water and sewer, the total revenues for June 30th, there are 35.5 million, is 67.8% of budget. We're forecasting 50.23, 2 million under the budget, and then we just have a 0.1% change from last fiscal year. These collections, they have a little bit of timing in it, so we probably will receive a little bit more of collections in the last quarter, and we're hoping to see a little bit change in there. But we are forecasting very conservative. For the total expenses, it's 35.3. We are 67 on the budget. We're forecasting 51. 1.59 on the budget, and it's a 0.5% increase from last fiscal year. And the net change, we are forecasting to be a little bit over of what we actually did for the budget. But still, the fund balance is in between the 18 to 22% of reserve that we should have. And this is the expense by department for the water and sewer fund. For solid waste, the total revenues are at 20.7 million. The revised budget is at 73%. We're forecasting 28. It's a little bit under budget with a 0.8% change. For the expense, 18.9 million, 66.6% of the budget. We're forecasting 26.9, a 1.49 under budget, or also negative 10% from prior year. And the net change, as you can see here, is better than we actually budgeted. So it's 1.26 million and a positive, adding to the fund balance to 8.2. And this is the expense by department. We only have public works, but I wanted to show the non-departmental and debt service in this case. For drainage, we have 4 million June 30th, 72% of budget. We forecasted 5.4, 150,000 under. The budget negative 0.7% from prior year. The total expenses is 3.4, 62% of budget. We're forecasting a 5 million with $280,000 under budget. It's still a 10% negative from prior year. And as you can see here, we're going to end up with 103,000 more than we expected for the revised budget. And this is the expenses by department and drainage. For aviation fund, it's a little bit different. We have 7.2 revenues. We are 100%, 104% of from the budget. We're forecasting 10.12. We are 3.11 over budget and a 15% increase from last year. For the expenses, we are 7.42, a 95% of budget, a forecast of 10 million. And then we will be at 2.25 for the forecast with an 84.8 increase from prior year. What this means over here is that we're going to bring a budget amendment on September to increase the revenues and expenses. As you can see over here is 3.3 million over, and then you can see the negative right over here. And then we're expecting to end a little bit better than what we actually have in the budget. For golf course fund, it's the same situation. Our revenues are 1.37. They are 88% of budget. At this point, which will be at least a 75, so they are over. We're forecasting a 1.95. It's about 400,000 over the budget. 2% increase from prior year. The expenses are 1.41, 82.5% of the budget. We're forecasting 190,000 over. And it's the same case. We're going to bring it up in the budget amendment to increase revenues and expenses. And they are also going to end up in a better position than we actually budgeted for. For hotel occupancy tax, the year-to-date total of June 30th is 2.3 million. We are 75% of budget. We're forecasting 3.13. As we forecast, we kind of even. The change from prior year is 8.7%. For total expenditures, we're at 1.7. It's falling 53% of budget, but we are forecasting to be at 3.12 in expenditures, 80,000 under budget, and it's a negative 17% from prior year change. And also the net change look a little bit better than what we budgeted, adding a little bit more to their fund balance. For for street maintenance fund, the total revenue is 7.82, 76% of budget. We're forecasting 10.4, 220,000 over, or 2% increase from prior year. The expenditures are 1 million, 6% of budget. And this is because they start the work on summertime, so it's timing on when they started working in the maintenance of the roads. But we're forecasting a 16.78, including capital outlay, and then we will be at 590,000 under budget. And the net change, as you can see, is a little bit better than what we budgeted, adding a little bit of more money to the fund balance. I think that's all I have. If you guys have any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Brown.
Good evening. So the three enterprise funds that are on the utility bills, so water and sewer, solid waste, and street maintenance, all are projecting a lower revenue and charges for service than what we had budgeted for. Are we attributing that to having fewer accounts, meaning less growth, fewer new accounts, meaning less growth than what we had anticipated at the beginning of the year? Or is it because we've actually lost accounts of people moving out and closing their services?
I believe for water, when it comes to water and sewer, we probably budgeted a little bit too high. When it comes to the other two accounts, I believe we're going to catch up at the end. We're just very conservative when we do the forecast. So I believe it's just, as you can see, in drainage, because drainage is also built in utility collections. We are 72% in drainage. Is a really flat fee that you will always see a very little percentage increase. I talked to the water and utility collection manager today, and the account, no, they have no decrease. It's just pretty much timing. The forecast is just a little bit conservative.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Mayor. My experience with budgets are the Army, the Killeen Independent School District budget from when I was a teacher advocate, and the budgets of some nonprofits I've served on the board of. And I've never had to levy taxes, so I have a steep learning curve there. But the budget, I just want to say, as the new kid on the block, I continue to be so impressed by our city manager, our finance department, and our department heads about how they manage this money and keep us on track to have a balanced budget and stay within the law and do everything exactly right. I'm very impressed with that. As a city council member, I hear outrageous charges of fraud, waste, and abuse. I can say, as a council member, for my first few months, I don't see it. All I see is really good management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Ms. Timlin, I have a statement and a question from a constituent. I just want to read to you and get your feedback on it. Okay. So he's concerned there's a reckoning coming for street maintenance. He believes that street maintenance was the #1 issue in the citizen survey. And in order to improve it long-term within the budget, do we advise, or Mr. Timlin or Mr. Cagle, do we advise raising fees? He's suggesting make it 15 instead of 20. According to the last audit, he states the overall PCS score has decreased. The comp plan suggests looking at 35 to 40 million per year to cover that eventual maintenance cost. So looking down the road for the future, how does the proposed budget address these issues?
Sure. Well, it doesn't. I go back to the presentation that we made. We're going to be in pretty good shape on our collectors and major thoroughfares. Where we will start to fall behind significantly is on the residential streets. Some of this money does go to maintenance on residential streets, but it's not enough. So I think the thing we've got to be really careful about on this fee is, yes, you could say $1 or $5 more on a residence, but there's multiples of that then on the commercial properties. It's not based on just a piece of property, it's based on trips that are generated. So if that's, $5 is roughly a 50% increase. That's gonna be a 50% increase on a very big number on a lot of our larger businesses. So they bring up a very real issue. The answer is not so simple. Yes, the street maintenance, to keep that street maintenance index up is gonna require more money. And how we go about that is a good question. I can tell you right now, one of the things, I would love to be in a position, the legislature have said they're gonna reimburse us 100%. That's where a big chunk of it would go, in addition to probably into tax rate relief. There's a lot of things you could do, but I would think that would be one of the first things that you would look at. Then we get through this session and we're in the same position, then I say we have to start looking. We have to start looking at that fee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nashkin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that question. I was gonna talk about our maintenance, but also I wanted to talk about, Mrs. Tangleman. Your department, I have done an excellent job from a conservative perspective, and I like that, so we don't get so far out there that we don't have any room to recover. So, once again, I agree with Mr. Bass. Your team has done an excellent job in covering down for us to ensure that if something needs to be adjusted or amended in the budget, that we have room to do that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Well, further questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So much. Madam Secretary?
Item 13, discussion item DS-26-075, Killeen Economic Development Corporation update and discuss priorities.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Kind of wanted to bring y'all's attention. One of the bigger projects that have kind of rolled onto our forefront in this past quarter. This would be in relation to the Opportunity Zone 2.0 initiative. This is a federal initiative, and so we wanted to bring this to y'all's attention, as this is a 10-year designation for the city. And so we thought it was imperative that we bring a little bit more information to you and let the citizens know a little bit more about what this is and what this does. So 3 things we wanted to highlight before we fully get into the presentation itself. As I previously mentioned, opportunity zones are a federal tax incentive. They're not a city expenditure. This designation itself can improve project feasibility by helping private capital see eligible areas as investable. KDC nominated 17 clean census tracts to the governor's office. Bell County itself received 33 designations for qualifying census tracts, 17 of which were within the city of Killeen. And so by that, the KDC nominated all 17 census tracts for designation in Opportunity Zone 2.0. And then we also wanted to clarify that the designation itself is a tool. It does not guarantee a project. Much like the tax incremental reinvestment zones, enterprise zones, these are a toolbox for the city to use in terms of recruitment for businesses and projects alike. Local readiness, infrastructure sites, incentives, and a clear pipeline will determine practical value for this project for any particular opportunity. So really kind of want to give a baseline of what are opportunity zones. They are federally designated census tracts where eligible private investment may receive federal tax benefits. So in summary, they are a tool to help draw private capital into qualifying communities. And so what that does is effectively, it creates a geographic census tract or designated place, not a single property or project. And we'll see that a little bit further in the slide where we kind of showed those opportunity zones are in 2.0. At the end of the day, they are an investment vehicle created by the federal government. Investors generally use a qualified opportunity fund to place eligible capital to extend out into these qualified opportunity zones. They are, again, a federal tax benefit. The benefit is federal and tied to qualified long-term private investment. These were created back in 2017, really as a way to provide opportunities for investment to take place in low-income areas. And so they've been around for 10 years. The Opportunity Zone 1.0 is ending its life cycle at the 2026 December 31st due date. And so the Opportunity Zones 2.0 will take effect January 1, 2027. So from our local takeaway, we wanted to make sure that we understood that Opportunity Zone status can help market clean sites and strengthen project financing. It does not spend city funds, approve zoning, or guarantee a project. So the basic mechanics of an Opportunity Zone themselves, like I mentioned, there is dedicated census tracts where certain long-term investments may receive federal tax benefits when made through a qualified opportunity fund. So what that looks like is an investor potentially has a capital gain on investment in real property, selling a business, or another type of entity, and they look to effectively either pay out what they would owe to the federal government or look at qualifying projects such as an opportunity zone to put into an opportunity fund, effectively an investment vehicle. That allows them to invest into those areas that the federal government has designated that qualify and create opportunity for that investment to help those local communities that potentially need it the most. So they effectively are provided the capital gain, look for qualified opportunity funds, and then look for a eligible project or business that they can invest in with their capital gain, with the potential for federal tax benefits. And so we also wanted to highlight what has changed in our Opportunity Zone 2.0. Back in 2027, there was a lot of, I think, misinformation and misunderstanding when this program was first created. What 2.0 does is actively solidify this as a program moving forward. And so what it will look like is every 10 years, it'll go forward and create different rounds. So next 10 years, look to have Opportunity Zone 3.0. The 25% state nomination cap, what we're looking at effectively is that the governor's office can nominate up to 25% of the eligible low-income census tracts. For Killeen, as I mentioned, we nominated 17 zones. We received information from the governor's office that 1,200 submissions were made by economic development organizations and county judges across 114 counties. 605 of those effectively can be nominated by the state as opportunity zones to the Treasury Department. And so with the new map cycle, we also created new designations, re-looking at different levels of both MFI and poverty levels to help quantify what would be an opportunity zone going forward. Local project viability does matter in this next phase of Opportunity Zones 2.0. So what the governor's office came back to us and effectively said was make sure that any sites relating to Opportunity Zone 2.0 can show or have the capacity to create investment within the next 2 to 4 years. So that was effectively what they had deemed to the EDOs. And then what they came back also was a tighter eligibility screen. As I mentioned, they really hammered down on what the MFI and poverty thresholds were. What they also did was repeal some of the previous language where the census tract that bordered an opportunity zone or would no longer be a qualified target site for investment. So all investments have to take place in the actual opportunity zone census tract itself, not nearby sites that touch said opportunity zone. Another thing was a rural enhancement. So there was effectively a 10% depreciation that gets applied to all opportunity zones. With 2.0, they effectively gave that a 30% depreciation for non-rural community or for rural communities. just know that all the Killeen sites were non-rural, so they did not meet that 30% threshold. So here's the timeline, consisting of the designation process. So on June 22nd, KDC nominated the 17 sites to the Governor's Office of Economic Development and Tourism. The deadline for that submission was June 26th. The Treasury designation window begins on July 1st, and Texas will target submissions to the Treasury on August 17th. We're right now anticipating that November 28th certification is expected, but we've been told that that could be pushed all the way till December. On January 1st, we will have the official designation of all Opportunity Zones 2.0. Sorry. I didn't know that local nomination does not qualify equal final designation. The Government Office reviews submitted tracks, and the Treasury certifies the final map. Again, just want to reiterate that KDC, all it does is nominate the tracks itself. It is up to the Governor's Office then to designate which sites to send to the Treasury's office for certification. So again, to summarize, the 17 sites were nominated. We did provide that nomination on June 22nd before the June 26th cutoff date. We did want to take a look at the average poverty rate of those designated sites was 26.1%, and the average median family income ratio for that area was just under 65%. And currently that final designation is pending. What we did also have to provide with part of our submissions for all 17 tracks were basis for why we were submitting these tracks themselves. So those things included the North Killeen housing and neighborhood retail access, the Fort Hood gateway corridors, military support redevelopment, the downtown reinvestment and mixed use infill, the business park, aviation and industrial adjacent opportunities, and medical, education, and workforce supporting nodes. We also wanted to say point that 13 of 17 tracks met with the MFI 70% screen, while 12 of 17 met the poverty 20% screen. Those kind of thresholds combine themselves. So some of those sites met the MFI requirement, some of them met the poverty, and then some met both of those requirements. And this right here designates the sites that we submitted. These were all the qualifying census tract sites within the city of Killeen. I will make note, Opportunity Zone 1.0. Unfortunately, with that one, I will make note, this was the designation for Opportunity Zone 1.0. A large chunk of that would be looked at as the Santa Fe Industrial Park, as well as some of the neighborhood housing. So this, as part of the Opportunity Zone 1.0, was the only designated opportunity zone within the city of Killeen. So we found it really imperative, as this program has really gained steam in terms of investment and attraction for developers, that we nominate as many sites as possible. You will also make note that obviously a good chunk of this zone designation is for the north side of Killeen, with a concession that the small portion here in the middle between Tremere on the west side did not meet qualifications, and that was largely just due to how the districting works out. That districting actually encompasses all of the south side there, so that really bumped up the MFI and poverty rates to where it would qualify as an opportunity zone. And so what you'll also see, I want to make note of, is we did follow the city of Killeen city boundaries, and so that effectively extends into this area. And apologies to our constituents and Mr. Cable if I potentially got that incorrectly. But what you will see right here is this is what we designated. And you can see the cutoff line between Coryell County. And so we didn't want potentially there to be any doubt that we potentially nominated opportunity zones in adjacent communities. We just designated opportunity zones within the city of Killeen boundaries. That included Fort Hood, which had part of its census tract outside of the gates, so within city of Killeen boundaries as well. So again, why we prioritize these sites? Obviously, we knew that housing and neighborhood services were required in terms of commercial development. Much of the grocery store requests that come to us, these are potential opportunity zones that could incentivize a developer to play a role in bringing investment into some of these communities. Corridor redevelopment that's taking place along Rancier and Highway 195. Downtown reinvestment that's being heavily taken place by the city and in partnership in some aspects with the KADC. Our business and industrial assets, the business park, the airport, Anthem Park, all have opportunities as designated opportunity zones. So we need to make sure that those were included in this process as well. And then as well as some of the other sites relating to the western side of Killeen in the medical field had opportunities that we felt provided for investment designation. So how this kind of strengthens our city's competitiveness, council doesn't need to designate opportunity zones. Local actions can make designated tracts more investable, whether that's being through planning alignment, the development readiness, local tools such as our TERS, abatements, rebates, facade improvements, workforce partnerships and targeted infrastructure when appropriate, as well as our project pipelines. Using all these kind of coincide with the opportunity zone. At the end of the day, the opportunity zones themselves usually aren't the attracting feature. They're part of the capital stack that we can provide and put in front of investors as part of these other services that makes a lot of these sites more enticing at the end of the day and really spurs development. So just next steps in council takeaway. Track certification will continue to monitor with the governor's office and treasury updates through the final certification process. We'll prepare investor materials relating to the opportunity zones and their new designation so that investors are readily understood what that looks like and the implications that can have on their investment. We'll coordinate locally, work with city staff to identify project readiness, infrastructure questions, and policy alignment. And then we'll work to protect our flexibility. Again, treating these designations as a tool as part of our broader economic development toolkit for the city, not a standalone strategy in themselves. So if there are any questions?
Thank you, sir. Councilman Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we go back to Zone 1, there's only one track, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why only one track?
The history of that precludes me. That took place back in 2017. The state of Texas nominated those in 2018. And so I obviously wasn't here privy to the communications that would help with the governor's office.
So the state picked the one track? Or did?
I couldn't say, to be quite honest.
Okay. So, but now in 2.0, we have 17 tracks.
17 nominations, that's correct.
So 17 nominations. So how many, when you look at those nominations of tracks, how many are shovel-ready projects or land? You know, I mean, if someone invests and say, yeah, I like this one, are they ready to go, or is this work needs to be done? I mean, where are we at of those? If you had to guess of those 17, how many are ready to go, shovel-ready?
I would say each track has its own opportunity, so it's hard to designate the specific amount. But you look at things such as, the opportunities on 38 and WS Young. You look at obviously the downtown area. There's a number of effectively shovel-ready sites. You look at the Clean Business Park. You have land that's available. You have also capacity for this not to just be a land investment, but a business investment as well. So in that regard, we know obviously there's a ton of property and economic viability on Highway 195 as that continues to grow out, be a commercial corridor for us as well. Like I mentioned, the west side in this area over here encompasses not just CTC, but Advent Health and the surrounding commercial growth that's happened along Clear Creek. We know that there's still infill sites that also have the opportunity to develop. So in terms of shovel ready, there is quite a lot of visible opportunity.
And a quick follow-up, so how do we, to potential investors, how do we get the word out that, hey, we got land ready to go, how does that marketing look to potential investors?
So for us, it's really updating a lot of the marketing we already have. The big key component that's going to be really important to us is being able to update our RFIs in response to governor's requests. As I mentioned, there's been a heavy uptick in requests for opportunity zone usage and requests for land that are designated opportunity zones. So when we see requests from businesses, whether they're in the 1 to 10s to hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of investment, a lot of what we're seeing still has a lot of that request to be in an opportunity zone, to be in a tax incremental reinvestment zone, options for enterprise zones qualifications as well. So really what they're doing is trying to leverage as many tools as they can from the state and federal level. And this is one of the designations that can probably potentially tip the scale in our direction that turns a no to a yes at the end of the day.
And last question, we have a pending TERS project ending, so do they get kind of like double dip? They say, hey, your opportunity zone and get TERS reimbursement also, or how does that work?
As it relates to TERS number 2?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. The TERS number 2, that's just a local incentive agreement. This would be at the state.
Okay.
Or sorry, the federal one.
Yeah, I didn't know if they got to hit it twice. So. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Good afternoon, Chuck. I got, 3 questions. Is KDC done or will do a disparity study prior to the launch of 2.0?
No, I think it's actually a great thought. As we look at kind of the overall toolbox, we need to probably really re-examine what we have in capacity as it relates to TERS number 2, this potential opportunity zone number 2, really kind of codifying and setting out and understanding, I think, a lot of the tools that we have in our toolbox could really kind of look to analyze the actual market itself, what that's saying, and kind of use that in our regards, both in the recruitment effort and from a local investment standpoint, so that they can kind of understand that these are potential opportunities that we might not, or we might be missing out on. So I believe it is something we could actually probably really push forward, especially really re-examining the North Killeen area.
My second question, will KDC execute an opportunity zone without a disparity study?
So we don't actually get to execute any opportunity zones. We just nominate them. Effectively, this will be decided by the state at one level as they filter out which opportunity zones they want to push forward to the Treasury Department. But again, we can do our homework on our end to make sure we're ready. And part of, I think, Mr. Kimball's point, as part of that marketing aspect, to kind of probably cross use both of those opportunities and make sure that we're better positioning the city for Opportunity Zone 2.0 once we know which sites will be designated.
My last question, how do you know if the opportunity zone will meet the needs? How do you know if the opportunity will meet the needs of the opportunity zone?
So at the end of the day, it's an investment vehicle that was created by the federal government with really the intent to incentivize development in areas where they traditionally would not be developed. And so that's the greatest opportunity here. I know we can't effectively demand developers to develop where we want, but this gets really close to, again, creating that capital stack that makes this a very enticing opportunity for development.
And what you saying that, how would that relate to the north side?
So effectively, this potentially gives the north side an advantage in development. Something that really isn't seen, as you can kind of see in this area to the south of Interstate 14. So it's a great investment vehicle for us to kind of really look at and effectively market internally and externally as looking at almost all of North Killeen as being an opportunity zone for future investment.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Brown.
Mr. Rohr, I just want to make sure, so we nominated 17 potential zones. If it goes by the average of what the state is able, we fall into that 25% average, we can expect between 4, and if we're lucky, maybe 5 of them to actually come to fruition.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's no guarantee any of them will, but.
It's effectively looked at as consensus that you would at least get one.
Okay.
But the thought process is behind our thought process was we wanted to make sure we were nominating the full amounts rather than the minimum. because that potentially gets you at the impasse where you nominate 4, you get back 1, really, so you nominate 17, we'd hope to at least get 25% of those back as designations.
Is there a way before the final confirmation and designation from the federal government to know which ones Texas has selected to push forward?
We can work closely with the governor's office. One of the other things we can do is we still have opportunities to go back and communicate with them our preference. So if you have designated sites that we would prefer out of these 17, that can just be coordinated with us. Let us know. We can coordinate that with the governor's office.
I believe you know which one I'm going to tell you, that I want to make sure, you know, the area, and I don't know which number it is, they're not numbered on here, but that one right by Long Branch in that area of Rancier between 38th and Twin Creek.
Yes.
Over to, yeah, the east side of and north, is in that general vicinity of where we've talked about wanting a grocery store, so I would
Yes,
really highly, like to see that push as one of our preferences. I guess along with the one that would be parallel to that to the west.
Okay. And we'll send you I believe that was provided to city staff, but we'll send you the detailed report actually identifying the census tract numbers. And so that might be a great opportunity for y'all to look at that and see how those census tracts are divided up within the community themselves.
Yeah, that would be really great. And then I'm going to also, because our agenda item also says discuss our priorities for KEDC, in the past, there's been confusion as to whether or not we've officially put this directive on the record as far as one of our priorities. So I'm gonna make a motion that we set a priority for KEDC to search for a grocery store for that North Killeen area.
Yes.
Been a motion by Councilmember Brown, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Bass?
To clarify, we're asking in this motion for KEDC to make establishing a grocery store in North Killeen a priority, not the priority.
Correct.
A priority among other priorities.
Correct.
Thank you.
One of the priorities, yes, sir.
Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for making the motion. So we can clear a lot of air from what's going on in the future. So, it's great timing. As we look at the 17 tracks, we really have a chance to, based on our last council meeting, with the potential homes, because we always heard, the more rooftops we get, the better the chance. So, see that come true, see if that comes to fruition, some jobs, because everyone wants jobs on the north side of town. So, we gotta fill that park up there with the rail track. I think that's gonna be huge for employment. And then now we can identify an area where the potential grocery store can go, and also clear up, I hate to use the word blight, but the unsightliness of coming out the Rancier gate with all the overhead, lights. I think there's a project in the mix for that with the TxDOT, but whatever we can do to strengthen it, whether it's through this or strengthen that application with TxDOT to clear that whole Rancier corridor and just take it all the way out. So thank you, council, for taking for clearing up all that, and now we can charge forward to making sure that we do have a collectiveness to get a grocery store in Northside Killeen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Nashkin? Yes, ma'am. It's open for discussion now.
No, sir, I would just vote.
Okay. There is no other discussion. All in favor, signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Motion passed, 7-0. Thank you. Is there any? Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Thank you so much. Okay, Councilmember, excuse me, Madam Secretary.
Item 14, DS -26-076, discuss proposed fiscal year 2027 operating and CIP budget.
Good evening, Mr. Cagle, you have the floor.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. It's a very short presentation, just with an update on the actions that were taken from the last meeting, and it all focuses on general fund, but obviously the title was operating and capital budget, so anything regarding the budget is on the table for your discussion. So just to let you know where we are now on August 18th, where we're here to discuss any changes to the proposed budget, and then September 1 is set for final adoption. So this was the original proposed budget summary total. And then for the changes from proposed that were made, the property tax reduction reducing from the proposed, reducing 2 full-time equivalents, reducing the lobby services contract, some more operating reductions in engineering, and then because of the changes we made in the general fund to the tax rate, that also made a change in the debt service fund and the health insurance fund. And when you look at those, these are the changes that occurred. And so when you look at the general fund is now balanced based on those changes. And then, so where we are tonight is any other discussion that you want to make to provide a motion of direction before final adoption. So I'll turn it over to you, and our finance staff is here, and we're ready to answer any questions that we can.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the city council take a moment to present have a conversation about potential immediate and or temporary funding options for the Friends in Crisis situation. I'd like to bring that back to the table, so I'm making a motion to bring that back. But I'd also like to make a motion to suspend our general discussion rules so that we can discuss this topic freely and make informed decisions. There's a lot of misinformation that's out there and a lot of things that we need to make sure that we have a clear understanding and that the public has a clear understanding on. So my motion of direction is to please have a conversation about the temporary funding options for the Friends in Crisis situation and to suspend our general rules for this conversation.
Okay. Council, is there a second? Council member?
I'm sorry, those are two different things. One motion at a time is appropriate, so, but regarding the conversation, you're wanting to, the first part, you're wanting to bring it back at a future date, or you're wanting to talk about it right now?
I'd like to talk about it now, specifically that issue as it relates to our budget.
Okay, I don't think you need a motion of direction to talk about it right now.
Okay, and to suspend the rules?
Yes,
Just to
that would be
suspend the rules?
motion.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, my motion is to suspend the rules so that we can have a candid conversation about the subject regarding Friends in Crisis specifically. Thank you.
Is there a second? Councilmember Nashkin.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion, but I have something else to say with my time.
Open for discussion.
Thank you. When it comes to Friends in Crisis, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, my only thing I think, I'm looking at, that the council should, because we don't have any other shelter that is in place, and Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to get some clarity from Mayor Pro Tem. A shelter in place, that, this council, Mayor Pro Tem, I feel like we should give something to assist, with the unsheltered, I mean, there are some new council members, nothing on them, but with not knowing the history that some of us may have, I think putting everything aside and looking at it from a perspective of the people that we serve, Mayor Pro Tem, and the unsheltered is a part of Killeen population. So I would hope that the council would consider, and I'm trying to get clarity from you if there's some kind of direction. I would hope that the council would consider, if you don't feel comfortable, 350,000, could we consider giving something? Because I do honestly believe that it's rough right now for everyone. And I don't know, Mr. K, where this funding may come from, you and Ms. Tangleman, but we should consider a strong effort to continue to keep that shelter open for our population of unsheltered, because they are a part of Killeen.
Yes, ma'am, and that's a general direction that I was hoping that we would go, and that's also why I was hoping that we would suspend those rules so we can have that conversation. Part of that motion, part of my conversation is to hopefully be able to offer a temporary monthly solution for them. It's just what is the dollar amount there? That is what I don't know.
Do I still have time? Because I'm 40 seconds.
You do.
Mr. Mayor, I got a follow-up question. I agree. If it is a monthly, Mr. Cagle, could you or your team give us, Mayor Pro Tem, just because I still got a couple seconds, amount for monthly? I totally agree, but there should be some kind of, because we got to the point where we did not fund it. But then there should be some stipulation, because I don't want to have this conversation, we're not going to fund it. But if there were some concerns, I believe we should address those concerns with that monthly stipend or revenue. But we should have some criteria if that's something that the council would like to do. Criteria are important, so we won't have to go through this again.
That is correct, and that's why I would hope that we can suspend the discussion time so we can get to the bottom of that exactly, for that exact reason. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Mayor Council.
Yes, ma'am. Council member, we are in discussion. Council member Burrow.
My discussion is on other things other than the motion, so I would prefer that we vote on the motion first, and then I'll have my comments after, if that's okay.
Okay, Council member Kendricks.
Agreements.
Excuse me.
The motion on the table is just whether you want to suspend the rules or not. So if the discussion is related to families in crisis or anything else, the motion on the table is just whether you want to suspend the rules so people can talk more.
So can we follow through with the motion, and then we can go ahead and discuss? But it's up to the council. Okay, so, okay, with no further discussion about that, all in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0, and we're open for extended discussion. Councilmember Kendricks.
I'm in very much agreement to putting some stipulations on everything. I really agree with the monthly aspects of this, so we can really evaluate everything that's going on. And I feel like not just myself, but other council members may have some questions in relations to friends in crisis that they would like to ask, and everything. I think that would help us to move forward in what we're possibly gonna recommend and everything. And I'm in total agreement that we have to do something, and we don't want anybody out here thinking that we don't care, but we want everybody to also understand we need to make sure things are being accomplished along this how can I say it, journey, and making sure that in the end we're getting results. And the bottom line is results. We're making sure people are getting into from temporary to permanent housing. So those are some things that I'm looking forward to the council putting in place and us ensuring that we're making it happen. That's all.
Councilmember Bass.
giving more money to Friends in Crisis for the following reasons. First, regarding veterans, there is absolutely no reason for any veteran in Central Texas to be homeless, in my opinion. There are a great many veteran programs to help veterans not be on the street. In my opinion, any veteran living on the street in Killeen long-term has chosen that lifestyle. Second, studies have shown that if a person believes they can wander around the city all day, stand on a corner and have people give them money, then go to the homeless shelter in the evening and have a bed and a meal, what motivation do they have to get off the street? Shelters do not solve homelessness. Shelters enable homelessness, in my opinion. We have many community partners in Killeen who are willing and able to help people get off the street, get mental health care, get clean and sober, get a job, get an apartment, lead a productive, fulfilling life. In my opinion, the first step is to seek God's help, and we have many churches in Killeen to welcome people off the street. That is our Christian mandate. Within these churches, people can find a lot of support to better their lives physically, mentally, and spiritually. Finally, my bottom line is, I oppose giving taxpayer money to nonprofit corporations. That's not the proper use of taxpayer money, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, I think that we should fund Friends in Crisis with something to help them out as they go through this process as well, whether it be temporary or whether it be long-term. I know Mayor Tempo was it a motion that she has said, or just placed a comment on the floor about maybe every month getting some payment for them, maybe temporarily or so. But I believe at this moment, we do need to help them with some kind of assistance. I'm not going for the $300 and some thousand dollars to give to them. I'm not going to do that, but I believe that we should help them in some kind of way with funding for them. Now, when we fund them, where would this funding go to? Is it for to just go to the staffing, or what is this funding to go to with Friends in Crisis?
Primarily, it's gone to staffing and operational bills like gas bill, electric, city utilities, food, things like that. That's we've been doing this on a reimbursement basis, so we've seen it's their staff that works there, not their executive staff, but the staff actually working at the shelter. And then pretty much those bills I just talked about, some minor maintenance, things like that. That's what we've been reimbursing for.
So, Mr. Cagle, we're going to put a staff who's not going toward direct, we're not looking at direct assistance to clients. They don't use it for that.
Well, not to my knowledge, I looked at quite a few months of reimbursements, and it was just for the things that I discussed. And those employees are helping. Those
Yes.
employees are helping. They're helping the homeless.
Yes, they are. Okay, thank you. Councilmember William, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. And so that raises the part of the question, as we took the time to reach out to the community to gain an understanding of where the dollars were going, how best we can use tax dollars. It wasn't just an outright no, it was a no so we can make sure that we understand where our funds are being appropriated and how so, because my understanding is that this gap funding for this organization was to be temporary. It was 2 years ago when we filled that gap, and then we did it again, but it had stipulations last time that weren't quite met. And so I think this time it's very important that whatever we do moving forward, we have some specific requirements in place. And And so for me, my motion of direction, I know people still want to talk, my motion of direction would be that we consider temporary funding on a monthly basis, again, with strict appropriations for those funds to not contain executive salaries, but strict appropriation for those funds. And what the dollar amount is, though, yeah, I don't know what the dollar amount is. That's where I'm lost, Mr. Cagle. And I know we talked about a potential fund balance, but I'd like to make a motion in regards to that, but we don't know what is actually available and what it's actually going to go to that's actually going to help this shelter function in that time frame.
Yes, ma'am. So my recommendation is that if there's a motion and it's voted on for approval tonight for whatever amount of money, that it come from this year's budget, the year-end fund balance. When Judith gave you the financial report, we feel fairly certain we're going to have enough year-end fund balance to do the number that the highest number I've heard that you're talking about. And I want everybody to understand when we talk about this year-end fund balance, there's never any guarantee that it's going to be there. We budget conservatively to try to make sure, and 6 years that I've been here, we've done a number of things to tighten down the budget so we don't have a large surplus. I mean, it's great to have a large surplus if it's just revenue, but it had been expenditures as well, and we're trying to really tighten things up. So that number has been getting smaller every year. And I'm not saying that to say use it or not. I'm just telling you that it's not always going to be there. If we were to get too aggressive on our revenue projections and it underperformed, that could cause a lot of problems. That's why we stay conservative. And if you ever have a year where you were too aggressive in revenue projections and then say you have no vacant positions, every position stays full all year, you could end up with a small deficit. Now, we've never had that happen, but all I'm saying is to make sure you understand it's not always guaranteed. And we're far enough along in this budget, we know there'll be at least somewhere between $1 and $2 million. That's a lot of money, but as a percentage of the general fund budget, we're talking a percent or so.
And we've been clear year over year, sir, that this was not something that we could fund year over year, that it was supposed to be a one-time support for the community, because we did have an obligation to address the needs of our residents, but not to actually fund and operate a budget for a nonprofit organization specifically. So we do want to make sure that we understand that people need to be taken care of. And so with that, I make a motion to use the year-end fund balance to consider funding, year-end fund balance to fund on a month-to-month basis for the amount of $7,000 monthly to the nonprofit organization, $7,000 monthly. Yes, including.
Not yet.
So again, my motion is to use the year-end fund balance to fund the Friends in Crisis on a month-to-month basis in the amount of $7,000 monthly. And that should cover, based on what we've understood now at this point, the general operations for the organization, not to include executive salaries.
Well, I'm not for sure where you came up with that number, because
5,000 is the total.
Yeah, I don't know where that, so I can't answer that question.
That's based on the information, some of the information that was sent to us. So I'll let council discuss with it. If I can get a second, that would be great, and we can move forward with the conversation. That's why I want to have we got to start somewhere with the number. So I'd like to start there. That's my motion. Thank you.
It's been a motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Councilmember Brown,
I will second it for discussion.
discussion is open.
Okay, so, Mayor, I need to ask Chief Kubinski some questions, and I guess probably the representatives from FIC.
Well, Mr. Cagle is here. Not.
Mr. Cagle was copied to the email that I want to address with Chief Kubinski, but probably Chief Kubinski would be the better one to answer it most directly.
Regardless of this subject?
It is regarding this, yes.
Mr. Cagle?
Sure, yes, sir.
Thank you. Chief, how are you?
Good evening. Very good.
Okay, I'm good. Just so everybody knows, these are not gotcha aha questions. Chief Kaminsky and I have been exchanging a couple emails about this particular subject. And it goes back to actually last week, so we've had plenty of time to talk and discuss it. So I'd asked a few questions about how, if the shelter closes, how it does affect specifically your department, since Homeland Security and Emergency Management would typically be handling cooling centers and warming centers and such. Can you just give everybody the brief rundown of how that affects your department?
Prior to partnering with FIC a couple of years ago, the city was responsible for warming centers at times where criteria was met in regards to temperatures dropping below zero for a certain amount of time overnight during non-business hours for the city. And that was accomplished by utilizing parks personnel, police officers, and then paramedics who came by the center that was operating at the Rosa Herford Center. And the number of days varied per year, but it was a task that was taken on by emergency management to do that. When partnering with FIC, they have taken over the warming center operations from the city, which relieves the need of having a police officer, parks and rec personnel, and firefighters from staffing, manning, handling it. Additionally, the personnel at FIC are much better trained to handle some of the things that come up with our unhoused population overnight that they might need, as opposed to the park staff, which were ultimately responsible for that during the time previous to FIC. And sometimes park staff were a little uncomfortable with maybe a somewhat agitated occupant who wasn't allowed to lay flat. They had to sit up because we had certain rules and guidelines for those warming centers. And so that is something that has been a help with FIC being funded, and the fact that they received the funding, they're held to help us out with warming centers when needed.
And based on the numbers that you were able to get historically, on average, we spend about $23,000 a year, give or take a couple hundred, to operate the warming centers, if FIC isn't doing it.
It was a conservative estimate based on just the two staff from parks, the police officer, firefighter, paramedics. Didn't take into it, and it was based on very low level entry minimum hourly rate. So that was just an estimate that we could give to try to put a number to it.
And I appreciate that. So I'm gonna go on a little bit, and I also asked about the number of calls, particularly for the unhoused specifically. So just to save time, we'll only talk about 2025. But if my numbers, if I added correctly, then there are about 1,068 calls to the fire department, specifically for the unhoused in 2025. And of that, 353 were at the shelter.
Correct. Roughly 35% of EMS calls for what is found in our reporting system is called homeless. That's how it's checked off. We had 353, so about 35%.
And then you anticipate that you would have an additional 100 calls over that 1,068 if the shelter were to close. And if I understand correctly, that's partially because the shelter, they have staff who can render at least basic aid for wounds, identify any kind of illnesses early enough that you usually don't have to have the ambulance service.
The additional calls above that 353 would be really difficult. We just know that there is the ability for staff at FIC to address something with anybody who's staying there that may result in a 911 call if they're not at FIC. It's a really hard number to say what that would be, though. I really couldn't give you that answer.
And so if we go, I'm just gonna go with that, what I'm calling a conservative estimate of 100, because I think it would be more than that. If we look at the numbers, I would definitely say at least half of what we have in our point in time count ends up staying and utilizing the services at FIC. And they're only getting a third of the calls. So I think that 100 is conservative, or if we didn't have that service at all. But approximately $1,100 to dispatch an ambulance, or for each emergency call from your department. regardless of whether it's just ambulance or ambulance and fire. So at 100, that would be $110,000 a year, just in the additional costs.
It'd be hard to give that number, but based on your estimations, I would agree with you on that. Again, I have to give the caveat that I don't know what calls would be additional. We know that we can expect 353 calls on average from FIC for somebody who needs EMS. I can't predict if it would increase to that, but if it did, it would be $100,000, correct?
Okay. And then, if it's okay, can we actually hear?
Attorney, when we said suspend the rules, is that including time?
There was no limitation on suspension of the rules, and so if you had specifics that you wanted to create, that didn't happen, so, and I believe that you're suspending the rules with regard to time and number.
That's fine, I will wait, and I'll do another round. I just figured I'd make it
Thank
easier
you.
to do one.
Thank you, because we've got, thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Taylor, you may come back, sir.
I mean, I can talk to everybody.
Whoever you want.
First of all, I just want to say thanks to the council for bringing this up. I know we've had some conversations. We've been out in the community talking about this issue. 4 of us came on in May, and we had this put right in our lap, and we had to make some decisions. We had to make a vote, and I think we thought $350,000 was a big number. So for the last few months, we've been out in the community having some great conversations with people. I mean, I really had some great conversations to people who really know about how the homeless, how that operation works. And then we had some people who were just really the first time they heard about it. And they didn't really know the difference between friends in crisis, families in crisis. There was a lot of confusion. And I tried my best to separate that. Because one of the things that I heard, and I will hopefully get some clarity tonight, is that the shelter was gonna shut down and there's gonna be all these homeless people on the street. And I said, well, no, I said there are veterans that are still gonna be served, there are families still gonna be served, there's still a huge, but people were like, they were like, well, no, we heard, and they would say that the shelter was closing down. So there was a lot of education that has happened over the last few months, so I thank everybody for that. I guess when I think for the clarity, that when I look at the population, that is, when I use this analogy of an umbrella, that if I'm wrong, please somebody step up and help me out. So we have families in crisis that covers everybody, right? We have domestic violence, veterans, children, right? Then we have friends in crisis, for people who are not covered by the umbrella of domestic violence, or if you're a veteran, or you fall in this category, where funding still happens, because we did approve funding for $400,000, right, through CBD, excuse me? Yeah, so I mean, so that there's still people being covered. We're taking a small slither of an umbrella of people who would not be covered, and that's what we're talking about tonight, or this community conversation that has happened. So I just wanted people that we are not kicking domestic violence, people who suffered with domestic violence. If they're covered by that, they're not gonna be homeless. Veterans are not going to be homeless. And then people say, well, the city hasn't done anything. We need to clear that up too. If my calculations are right, since 2020, either through direct funding or grants, Mr. Cagle, we spent over $1 million that went towards, I think it's 1.06, I think, if I added that.
Yes,
up.
sir, I think
Right.
that sounds right.
So, and plus, we didn't even take in the number, I didn't add up. We had at least 2 full-time employees, that's all they do, our homeless outreach team.
Oh, for the police department?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And that's probably at a cost of $75,000 per employee. Salary, car, gas, uniform, all the things they do. So I just want people to say that the city of Killeen, these council members that I've known for many years, and some I've gotten to know recently, we're not any cold, heartless people. I have had conversations with Mr. Cagle over the last, month or so to try to figure this out. And I know collectively this council is. So I think before we leave here tonight, we're gonna figure this out one way or the other. And whatever that number is, because there's still a responsibility to our taxpayers. because our responsibility is not to fund this perpetually. We can't do that. No, we can, but there will be some tax increases and some things that probably people don't want to do. But I think it is time for the call to action, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, that we have to lean on our community partners to fill in some gaps. I think our community partners filling in some gaps, along with some funding for us, the shelter will continue. So I would hope that the council will look at our part, and I think that when we have our community partners, I think all of us will be part of that, because I know you guys. I've seen you out there volunteering. I've seen you at churches. I've seen you giving blood. I've seen you donating. I do all those things. I mean, literally, a homeless outreach team come to my house every 3 months to pick up stuff, because there was an allegation that we don't do anything. But we do our part, and I know you guys do also. So when we look at the cost for service on police, fire, I mean, some of those things are hard to annotate. And I think $350,000 we're not ready for that. But I think a number, and hopefully that the Friends in Crisis people are here and they can help us with that. I think that number is somewhere around $200,000. Now, we can go up and down and say, hey, Chuck, how did you get to that? But, it's not 350. And I think we've already discussed where Councilmember Brown already found $100,000. And this is not perpetual money. It's not gonna, and every year, I think when we find a program that works for us, that somebody's gonna have to come up and tell us how much they need to keep the program going, based on what's happening. I think we have a duty as leaders in this city to make sure that we provide emergency housing for people that need it. Whether it's cold, whether it's hot, whether you find yourself in a bad situation, emergency funding, emergency shelter, we should cover that. But then we should also have our fiduciary responsibility to find how much it costs yearly, just like we've always done, to make sure it makes sense. So I hope the council finds a way to make this make sense. We have our community partners here tonight, and before we leave, before 9 o'clock, I hope we can find that number. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just one correction, if you don't mind. The 400,000 from federal money, that's for, it's called TBRA, tenant-based rental assistance, and they administer those funds for us, and that's to help prevent people from becoming homeless. So that money did not go to the shelter. The other numbers you have were correct.
I guess it went to the homeless umbrella.
Yes, sir, it did. It went to their organization. And they use that money, they administer the money, and that goes to help people that can't pay their rent, to keep them from being homeless. So it doesn't fund any shelter operations.
Councilmember Naski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The motion on the floor that was given by the Mayor Pro Tem was to do a monthly stipend, I'm just gonna use stipend, of $7,000 to the Friends in Crisis, and it's a start. And there's room that we can negotiate. I don't even know if they have a number. And I don't know if it's based off of 200,000, 350, I don't know, but 7,000, that is the motion on the floor. Last time we talked about this item, to make it short, because we can all say that the majority of us agree, so it's not a debate. It's just, we can say the majority agree that something should be done. We got that. Mr. Bishop called me on the phone this weekend. Christian Bishop, he spoke, and I didn't really get the opportunity to share my perspective of that conversation. I was a listener, but I didn't get to share my perspective. And then Chief Lopez, Chief Kabinski had already come up before the council and really broke it down that we needed and why we needed. That was like 2 weeks ago. And then just talking to us, Councilmember Kimball said, going out in the community and talking to the residents, my decision. I can understand where Councilmember Bass is coming from. because of what we have been told, Councilmember Kimball, that, and Mayor Pro Tem, that this is something that we don't continue, because we don't have the money to fund it. It's 50-50 on the survey. 50 people are for, assisting the, unsheltered, and then there are those people say, no, hey, get a job, you know? So, but as a council member, our job, until there is a transition, until we got with the nonprofit organizations and all these great ideas, and Mayor Solomon is trying to go that way by getting them all together and put in programs to assist. So in the meanwhile, monthly, we should give a stipend until those other programs are put in place. And I also had the opportunity in passing, with the blood donation, the police department won, Chief Kabinski, a good luck next year. But, police department won, I think it's the fourth in a row, I'm not sure on that one. But, I had the opportunity to talk to Chief Lopez and also, Officer Sergeant Moore, you got that right, Sergeant Moore, who is, over the outreach program downtown, which he played a big part with Christian Bishop in my decision to come and propose to the council to do, along with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Kendrick. I talked to him, back in the back briefly, the last meeting briefly about it, and then, Mayor Pro Tem, I called her today, because I was gonna be late to talk about that. But we should do it, we all agree. It's not a debate on who does what and who when. It's the bottom line, we agree that it's something should be done. And it's just a matter of the council, with the 7,000, be for it, against it, amend it, but we can move forward on this item, because we agree something should be done. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Yes, can I have the council come
Mr. Cagle has the floor, so you don't mind.
What do you need?
FRC,
Sure.
if we can, Cagle probably want to take a rest anyway. Families in crisis service weeks, do you mind? Mr. Reed, good evening, sir. Ma'am, it's good to have you here, ma'am. Sir.
Good afternoon. I have a few questions. I'm trying to make sure I'm straight on everything. When it comes to the veterans have an intake that is paid for by the veterans, correct?
Say that again.
When it comes to the veterans have an intake that is paid for by the veterans.
Correct.
Okay. So, are there funds being allocated for another intake this year?
They're allocated for veterans
No, you answered the question with the veterans. I'm asking, are there funds for another intake, a grant for another intake?
No.
No. There's no grant for another intake?
No.
Okay.
Not right now.
Not right now, all right. Okay, next thing, well, that's pretty much was my questions. But if Madam Pro Temp doesn't mind, I would like to make an amendment to your motion. I would like to amend Madam Pro Temp's motion to, I want to up that amount. And I can understand where Councilmember Kimball came at with, he said $200,000, but we're going to do it on a monthly basis. I want to up that amount to 200,400. When you divide that by 12, that's 16,700 a month. 16,000. I'm trying to meet everybody halfway. Yeah, we're gonna put stipulations on this, the same stipulations we all are talking about. But I think that gives us a number to start and to get things rolling. Would that work for
$16,000
a month?
would not pay for the staff that does everything that's required for the homeless population.
So
There's no
200,000
administrative
would not
cost
work.
there. There's no administrative cost at that shelter. Everything is paid for services to the clients.
Well, actually, sir, I beg to differ on that one. Because if we're saying the things that were sent up, your monthly services was right at about for electric and all of those incidentals, food and everything, was right at about $7,000.
I don't know where you got that number.
Those was the numbers that were sent to us in an email, excluding the administrative costs and the
Excluding
salaries.
all salaries, not
Yes.
administrative costs. There is no
Okay,
administrative
the
cost.
salaries.
It's all salaries. Well, I can't operate without paying
Wait,
people.
I was gonna get to that. Now, you said one of your intakes is already being taken care of by the veterans, correct?
They work for the veterans people.
Okay, so with that being said, you are providing beds for 58 other individuals, correct?
Correct.
Because 15 of the beds are veterans. My math is off. 58 beds, my bad. Yeah, 53 beds, my bad, because you got 15 that are going into the veterans, and it's a total of 78 beds, correct?
We got 10 right now, veteran beds.
I was told 15 was
We
being
have
taken
10
care
right
of.
now. It can go up to 15. But we currently have 10.
I'm saying what I was
It's a moving
told
number.
that's
It's a
already
moving
been paid
number.
for. I'm saying what's already been paid for.
We only get paid if somebody shows up for that bed.
So if they don't come, we don't get paid for that. It's not like we get a set amount of money to fund those veterans. It's per veteran.
That's not what I was told today, and I talked to the veterans, today directly with the individual. So I'm just trying to get an understanding. You're telling me one thing, but the veterans are telling me something totally different.
We get paid for a veteran. We don't even get paid for a veteran's spouse. We get paid for the veteran.
And not all veterans are on that program. They come
Right.
to us through the VA. They have to be approved through the VA.
Correct.
Not everyone gets that.
There are some reasons people don't get on it.
Because of their DD 214s and how they got removed out of service. That's one of those reasons, but I'm trying to make some headway with this. How much do you need, sir?
We sent the number over this afternoon.
This afternoon? We didn't get that. How much?
And we also had it in our breakdown from the city. The city had all these numbers.
Can you tell me how much, sir?
Off my head, straight off my head, it's somewhere around $60,000 a month.
So at $60,000 a month times 12, that's a very, what this? Okay, Mr. Cable, can you come forward?
720,000.
Okay,
Well, we're talking just short term, you were saying, not long term.
Okay,
We have other things that
you
happen.
move on to the next.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cable? You can go, please. council, we need to, move forward if we can. Because, but the motion is still on the floor. Motion is on the floor. City Attorney, could you repeat that motion, please?
The motion I have is to use year-end fund balance to fund Friends in Crisis on a month-to-month basis, $7,000 a month for fiscal year 27. And I believe, I just wanted to confirm, there was discussion of amending the motion, but I did not hear a motion to amend. Is that correct?
There was no motion to amend.
Actually, I did, I said I would like to amend.
You started, but
Mayor
you
Pro
didn't.
Tem.
Okay. Continue, sir, if you didn't complete it.
Is that a motion to amend?
Yes, and I said the amount of 200,400, and then I divided it by 12, which equaled up to $16,700 a month. And then, FIC told me that wouldn't work. So then I kinda got stuck.
Right, I did write those numbers down, I just didn't know if that was a motion or not. I know you said you wanted to amend it, I just wanted to confirm whether that was a motion that we needed
Yes,
to get a
yes, ma'am.
second on.
Was there a second?
Okay, so second, well, again, we have to recognize, please, we recognize the council. Is there a second on that? Right now, Councilmember Nashkin. Okay. Is there any discussion to amend the motion? Councilmember Brown?
I don't know that I'm confident to support that particular amendment, given the feedback we just got from FIC. So from the very beginning, their number was 350. If we took away the 42,000 that is paid for by the VA for one of their intake specialists, would bring us to, let's say, 300,000, which is a little bit more than what you had said. But I would just need confirmation from them that 300,000 keeps them open for the year.
Well, I'm looking at what we reimbursed in 25 from March through September, and they varied because it was on a reimbursement from a low of 32,000 in one month to a high of 59,000 in another month. That was from 2025.
Councilmember Brown,
Can I ask Mr. Hall to come back up again to tell us if that 300,000 would keep them open?
they may come back.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams, you can ask.
Mr. Hall, so your original ask when you did your presentation was 350,000 for the year. So if we were to go to 300,000, that still gives you like 10 months to raise another 50,000 from the community, which clearly we will all be trying to encourage that to happen. Would 300,000 keep you open?
It would keep us going for X number of months. The rate that he just looked up, 57,000 a month, if it was at the high end, that would go.
So, but we need a number.
5
Your
months.
ask was 350. You told us that 350 was your gap funding for the
Right.
year. So if we're gonna fund 300, that's only
Most likely.
50,000 less than your gap funding request. I'm
Yes.
trying here.
I know.
So, but with that, there would be, it would have to be restricted for uses of operating the emergency overnight homeless shelter only.
Well, it's always been restricted.
Well, we haven't specifically made the motion before to restrict it, so
Oh, yeah.
it would just be a formal part of that. But So it's 50,000 less than what you originally told us would keep you funded for the whole year and keep you operated as your gap funding total number. So if we were to go with 300,000, that gives you, averaging it out, about 2 months at the end of it. So 10 months from October 1 until that gap funding would fall below where you had requested. Right?
Yes,
Okay. So,
but are we talking, because we talked two different things earlier. We talking funding,
emergency overnight homeless shelter,
got that,
$300,000 for the year,
from,
starting October 1.
that is not gonna happen. I gotta get from here to October 1.
So, if
That's why we were talking
you remember
earlier.
back in June, I told you that even if we approved the whole 350, we wouldn't have the money until October 1, when our new fiscal year started.
The possibility of funding it.
No, sir, because that would have been a whole different discussion. We can only discuss money
Yes.
starting with the new fiscal year, starting October 1.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're talking about a whole different scenario.
Correct.
So what I'm asking is, if we were to approve 300,000 for the next fiscal year, starting October 1, that would keep you open for at least 10 months and give you 2 months, or
No.
that much time. Okay, how long would that keep you open then?
My problem is getting to 1 October.
Okay, but that is not part of what any of the discussion has been. So, but that's okay. So, we don't even have anything or mechanism on the agenda tonight to discuss funding you from September to October. There is literally no way for us to legally do that tonight, unless I'm mistaken, Ms. Attorney.
Right, the agenda item is talking about fiscal year 27.
So at no point during starting June 2nd, was there an understanding by, and I venture that I can speak for the whole council at this point, but at no point did any of us have the understanding we were talking about any funding for the current fiscal year, that every discussion was starting October 1, which is why I kept emphasizing that at that very first meeting. So, I can't ask you now how we keep you open from September to October. That's gotta be a whole different discussion that happens offline. What I'm saying is, should you find a way to do that and be open on October 1, and we fund you for next fiscal year at 300,000, would that keep you operating?
If I found a way to go from here to there,
Okay, yeah. If you're still open October 1,
I won't be.
Councilmember Brown.
I will not be.
so then we have just spun our wheels for months. So, no, that's, you're good. I know. Okay, so let me regroup mentally for just a second. Is there any kind of emergency fundraising or any kind of emergency donations that you can go out and get to keep you going right now that then could carry on? But I will help you promote these fundraisers. I will help you promote these donation drives as an individual council member. Because one, we need you to have that 1 month of spending. And then two, we can make that something ongoing to reduce, so we don't keep going through this year after year.
Right.
Right? So, how set is it, are you willing to even entertain trying to do a drive to make sure that you can stay open from September to October? Or are the plans already set and in motion and ready to go?
The plans are in motion.
So then there's no point in us furthering this discussion. So if that's the case, there's no point in us furthering this discussion because any money that we would allocate would be useless because you've already in the process of closing down operations as an emergency shelter. Even if we were to give you that $300,000 that you originally asked for, it wouldn't do any good because you're closed for a month. and you're already making plans to move on from there starting September 1. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
Okay, so, not to be dismissive, but I think that we don't have any more questions. I don't have any more questions for you. You might wanna,
Okay, council.
and I have one other subject to discuss, so.
Okay, well, let me continue. Council, I know we've been on this, and so we have to be considerate with others here. We cannot, Mr. Cable has been up on the floor. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you so much.
So since may I finish since I still have the floor, sir?
You may finish.
Okay, and it's not about the FYC. I do have one other report today. We did have
We're still in the,
budget discussion.
well, you know, we're getting ready to vote. We're in discussion.
We have motions on the floor.
The motion is on the floor. And we're in discussion mode of that. Continue.
Okay, so I will wrap this comment into a way that I can that fits within the motions on. Okay, can I just suspend for a moment and give them an opportunity? I believe people want to rescind motions right now.
Okay. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem? Who made the motion?
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I have to rescind the amendment, and then Councilmember Kendrick, and then I have to rescind the original motion, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I rescind.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I rescind my, second to the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember, Kendricks?
I would like to rescind my
Motion. Motion.
I rescind, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to rescind my second to the original motion.
Thank you, thank you.
And I rescind my original motion.
Okay. City Attorney?
If I can clarify, did I have, Councilmember Brown as the second on the original motion?
No, it was Councilwoman Walsh.
I had that wrong? Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, you may, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. So we had another speaker come up. There's one other community partner that I feel strongly needs to have some funding that hasn't had any funding yet. And that would be the IBCC Business Solutions Center. We need to support our small businesses. We have funded them for their very first year. This is their inaugural year. They've already assisted multiple small businesses in our community. Without that funding, I think that we're doing a disservice to the entire community, and particularly the small businesses. Our Business Resource Center shut down several years ago. Texas Workforce Solutions isn't offering that anymore. The Chamber of Commerce is no longer offering that. KEDC, we need them to concentrate on bringing in new businesses and not necessarily building up the ones that we have. So I would make a motion that we fund IBCC out of the year-end balance, the $50,000 to match what they were funded for this fiscal year.
Motion on the floor to fund, at the end of the year, funding, by Councilmember Brown. Is there a second? Councilmember Williams? Okay. Councilmember Kimball?
Sir, that was already up there. They never cleared the board.
I see. Is there a second? Councilmember Kimball?
Yeah, I'll second that motion. I just want, just for the record, I don't think we were finished with the FIC debate. I think we had people waiting to speak, at least I was, but we apparently have moved on. But I don't know. But yeah, I'll second the motion for IBCC.
Okay. Any discussion? Council, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay,
The motion is to fund IBCC for the Business Solutions Center, $50,000 out of the year-end balance.
Okay, if there's no discussion,
Yes, there's discussion.
yes, Councilmember Killeen?
Thank you. So, in regards to the motion, is the motion to, you said fund them for beginning October 1 for the rest of the year, or did you clarify? Okay, I get some clarification, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry.
So it would be funding them for FY '27, and I think Mr. Cagle's recommendation is to use the year-end budget amount that we are anticipating that we are going to have. Is that correct, Mr. Cagle?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the appropriation, how much?
50,000.
Okay, because I wasn't in the motion.
It was.
Was, I didn't have a number.
No, it's okay, we've been throwing numbers around all night.
It was in the motion.
Thank you.
And that's really, what we did, before. Okay. Council, Mayor Pro Tem, open for discussion. Yes. Okay, Councilmember Nash King?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I support everybody, but if we don't have the end of the year budget revenue, why we just didn't give it to family in crisis and they would have just had to come up with for 1 month, like $10,000 to make it 60. So if the revenue is there, I don't feel comfortable knowing people don't have a place to stay. And we could have used that to at least assist them with that 1 month gap before October 1st. Could they have used that money for that, Ms. Katie, yes or no? Or is this something we already put in place?
Well, what we're talking about tonight is the 27 budget that starts October
Oh,
1.
then I don't have a problem with that. No, I thought it was for this year. She said the end of the year, so I just assumed that it was for this year. Okay. And no more comments on that.
Okay, if there's no discussion, signify yes, all in favor, no if you oppose. Okay, motion passed, 6-1, 6-0, 6-1, with Councilmember Bass. Oppose. Good, thank you. We can continue. I'm sorry. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Cable, I do have a question for you. I have to go back to the unhoused, the homeless situation. Now, we had a constituent who was also working actively in the community who stated that there was a potential building that he's under contract on. I don't know what this, I don't have all the details on that. Would it be appropriate or possible to at least earmark for future discussion a dollar amount under the excess fund balance? If we were talking, let's just say we were already discussing with FIC for $200,000, can we earmark that for conversations as it relates to a possible solution for future, or would that be appropriate under this circumstance?
Sure.
Just to earmark it so that we have it, so that we can have a conversation in the event there's an opportunity there. So I would like to make a motion to earmark $200,000 of our excess fund balance for Armor of God Ministries for future discussion for allocation.
It was motion made by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? I don't know if this board is cleared. I see Councilmember Kimball. Okay, he did not. Okay, is there a motion? Waiving,
I second that motion.
okay, second by, Councilmember Nash King. Any discussion?
Yes. Right there.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, Councilmember Nash King.
Oh, sir, I'm out of order.
Okay,
I'm out of order.
is this, I don't think they cleared the board, but,
Yeah, I clicked to discuss it.
They don't clear that.
okay. Councilmember Nash King?
Oh, thank you, sir. So, with this being said, for, 200,000. Can I say, city attorney, can I go back to Friends in Crisis on this subject?
If it's related to this subject.
Okay. So we're earmarking, funding for 2027, correct? Next year. And you giving me that look, cause I guess you know I'm about to say something, I don't understand. I was just trying to see if there any hope for this year for Friends in Crisis.
I think that would have to be on a different agenda.
Okay, I'll make a motion on direction to put it on our next agenda.
We open for discussion now.
Yes, sir, so after this one, I'll do it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I heard a figure, I just need some clarification, Mr. Cagle. We had a reimbursement for families in friends in crisis. You said was the range between $32,000 and $50,000 a month. Was that the range I heard?
Yes, sir, and that was from March of 25 through September of 25.
Does that break down, say, what that reimbursement, would they go to? They go to salaries, equipment, operations? Does it break it down?
Yes, sir. So the three biggest are salaries and wages, then payroll taxes, employee benefits. That was salaries and wages, 245,000, payroll taxes, 18,000, benefits, 29,000, and then operations, 56,000. That was things like their electric bill, gas bill, and so that was over 7 months.
The 240,000, I think it's at 245, was that for employee salary? Does it tell you what employees are at what level? Was those the intake people?
Yes, sir. It was intake people, security, cleaning, cooking.
Okay, just do some quick math. So if we wanted to allocate to relieve the burden, I'm just thinking out loud here, relieve the burden of Friends in Crisis, to relieve the burden of those salaries, that'd be about $20,000 a month. $22,000 a month. So that's money that they don't have to pay, but we would take care of the salaries of those intake personnel.
Well, it's a little more than that, because when you pay the salaries, you've got to pay.
The benefits that come over.
Yeah, so that's,
$25,000 a month.
that would be close. Those numbers vary from a low of 28,000 to a high of 41,000.
Okay. But even if we funded those salaries at 80%, let's say 80%, at about $20,000 a month, because then that's money that they don't have to go get. I'm still committed to making this work for next year. We have a responsibility to try to make this work. But when I heard a number that, they didn't know that they were getting funding for next year. But we still have a responsibility to take care of the unhoused population in the city. And even if we earmark something for next year, I mean, there's still people are gonna go unhoused. I would just ask the council to consider, if we paid 80% of the salaries of the intake personnel at Friends in Crisis, I mean, that's still 20 grand a month, $20,000 to $22,000 a month that they don't have to pay. I still think we should be committed to doing that, beginning October 1, because if we don't do anything, then nothing's gonna be done nothing's gonna be done. I don't think that's the way. I think our intent was to do something before we heard some pretty high numbers. So I just think that, if we get back on track to do something for them for next year, I don't mind funding those salaries at 70 to 80%. And then our community partners can help us with the rest of that. So that's just my thought. I didn't get a chance to talk before because of all the confusion that was going on. I still think that we should regroup and think about taking care of the unhoused population in the cities through Friends in Crisis until someone else wants to step up and do it or becomes competitive to do that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, You know, council, I know we're putting out a lot of numbers, we're all over the place. We're just all over the place. And I think that we need to really, first of all, he mentioned, and I'm talking about the FRC, mentioned that he had sent some type of report, figures today. And I think until we can really narrow it down, look at everything, we put out figures, I mean, obviously they need help. But I think we have to do it in a wise way and think about what we're doing. And we have to consider, and we can't come and figure it out right here without looking at figures. He mentioned that $7,000 is just not gonna do it for him. He put the base target was 50 a month. And I think we owe it to ourselves to kind of like look at things and go back and look at it before we make this whole discussion here. We spend a lot of time just trying to figure it out. We want to help them. Obviously, we want to help our homeless population. I know about the homeless. I'm involved in the homeless. I work with the homeless outreach all the time for years. And so it's a need out there. It's a great need. It's a great need. And I agree with some of the council members. They said we all care up here. We all care. We care about our homeless population. This is not a political stunt, but we do care. And so I just think, council, that we really need to maybe, I'm just suggesting you do what you desire to do, but we give it thought. Just take some time and give it thought. Think about what we're doing. And I don't think that we have to do it today. But it's up to the council, so I just wanted to inject that. Councilmember Brown.
I understand what you're saying and I appreciate it, Mayor, but I think this is really, unless we want to call a special meeting for last week, or for next week, this is our only opportunity. Next week, we have our last public hearing. We have to vote on the budget, but it's gonna be really hard to try to have staff add any expenditures into that budget next week. Or in 2 weeks.
Right,
On the second.
and you're right, ma'am. If I could speak on your time.
I'll yield to you. So, Mr. Cagle, you wanted to respond to that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, not exactly, because the proposal we were making was to, use your in fund balance. We weren't talking about changing any of the numbers presented here. So theoretically, you could, at your next meeting, use the same process you just used tonight.
So my other concern with that though is that according to what Mr. Hall said when he came up, by September 1st, they will be closed. By the time we have our next meeting in 2 weeks, they will be closed. They will have shut the doors as a homeless shelter, and they will be moved on to the next phase of what they're going to be using that building for. Unless we, between now and September 1, which would still require calling a special meeting next week if we were going to fund them at all prior to October 1. If we're gonna fund them before they have an opportunity to close in September, then we have to have a special meeting next week to do it. Am I correct on that one? Okay, so in the meantime, I had recommended 300,000, which is kind of in line with what Councilman Kimball had proposed. That would be $25,000 a month. Which I think what we were coming to was that if we can keep them open until October 1st, then that would keep them running, because that was about what their ask was. However, to go back to the motion on the floor, can we say, I think I want to amend that. So, to take that from the 200,000 earmarked for AOG and, just earmark that for emergency homeless sheltering. And that way, if FIC remains open, we need to use the funding for that as the primary while we're waiting for, jobs kind of vulnerable again. So, I would amend the motion to earmark the $200,000 for the purpose of sheltering, emergency sheltering for homeless.
There is a motion on the floor by Councilmember Brown. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem? Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to amend, signify yes, opposed no. Motion fails, 4-3. Thank you. Okay. We can continue, what? I know someone pushed the button, I cannot. Yes, we're going back, it's, city attorney, it's the original motion, we still at the original motion.
Yes, and that, motion to amend failed, so you're back at the original motion as it was originally stated, to earmark the $200,000 of fund balance for fiscal year 27 for armor.
Okay.
Future consideration.
Councilmember Williams. Okay, Councilmember Nashke.
Sir, I wanna do, another motion, I just thought we was getting ready to vote, I thought we
Yeah,
had
okay.
discussed this, but mine is still up there for after we vote.
Okay, well, you know, you can call a vote, okay?
I'll call the vote.
I discuss.
I don't wanna call the vote, go
Okay,
ahead, I'm
all right.
on Councilman Bass.
Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Bass.
So the motion is to give $200,000 to the armor of God, is that correct?
To earmark it for future consideration.
And what will the armor of God do with this $200,000? And what will the armor of God do with this $200,000 from the taxpayers of the city of Killeen?
So, can I answer that, Mayor, for clarity?
Well, he has the floor, you want.
My question is open for answer.
Thank you. It's just earmarked or set aside. The idea, the concept that they have regarding the transitional shelter is actually a shelter that is designed to help people uplift them out of homelessness and provide plans, job opportunities, and upward mobility. So this is a much more in-depth program that they're working on. They're just not quite there yet. So the request is to set those funds aside for future discussion with them with regards to their program to help uplift people out of homelessness.
That's a very general answer. Before I would vote to earmark $200,000, I would want to see a budget of $200,000. Thank you.
Councilmember Nashke.
No, sir, I'm just waiting to make another motion.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. No? Okay, there's no, further discussion, all in favor, and before, do that, city attorney, would you repeat that, motion again, so we can be clear?
The motion and direction is to earmark $200,000 of fund balance for fiscal year 27 for armor of God future consideration.
Thank you. All in favor, signify by yes, all opposed, no. Everyone vote. the motion passed. 5-2. Thank you. Okay, okay, Mr. Cagle, is there any, okay, I see now, Councilmember Nasty.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to have a special council meeting on Tuesday. Correct? Would that be set, the time, Mr. K? Okay, on Tuesday, the date for that, I had it, but it closed, so we can be clear, at 5 o'clock. August 25th at 5 o'clock, a special meeting to discuss finding funding to assist Friends in Crisis to stay open, for, this month, in September, and also to discuss monthly, revenue with stipulations added to it. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Councilman,
I can second that.
Council, you second it? Okay, all right, any open for discussion? Councilmember Bass?
No, my discussion is something completely different. Thank you.
Okay, okay, any discussion, if you have any discussion, raise your hand, because I cannot. Okay, there's no discussion, okay, all in favor, signify by yes, all opposed. Okay, the motion passed, 6-1 with, Councilmember Bass opposing. Thank you. All righty, okay, any more? Okay, I can't see, but, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Cagle, question was asked by a constituent, and, I just want to pose it to you for just your idea, your concept and your thought regarding, COLA, when we talked about that for next year. The question was, would it make sense for, the higher COLA allotment to be paid for maybe the lower paid employees, and then tiered for the, up to the executive level, meaning, for example, 3% COLA for 50K and under, 2% for 50K to 100K, and then 1% for anyone that's making over $100,000. Since we're dealing with budget constraints, the recommendation was that would be more fairly balanced, distributing the fund, pay for those that are earning less. What would be your recommendation or your thoughts on that, sir?
No, and it depends on what fair means, and just so everybody knows, it doesn't impact me. We already have issues with compression. That's when, supervisors are making almost the same as the employee under them, that this makes the problem worse. And, so we're also sending the message that some are more valued than others. And we're in a competitive marketplace, and you stop paying your executives, you're gonna have turnover there. I'm not sure what the goal is here. If the goal is to save money, then you should just reduce the COLA across the board.
So, and again, this is not mine, and I'm just reading this for a constituent, and his question I thought was fair, and then he wanted to understand, it was really the dissemination, so the fact that somebody that was earning more would get that larger gap of 3% versus somebody who was making less, so that was just a redistribution question, so I think your answer perfectly, answered that, so I know he's watching, so,
Sure.
Thank you for providing that clarity. That's all I have to say, thank you.
Councilmember Bass?
We're still talking about the, next year's budget. Right?
Yes, sir.
I oppose raising our property tax. in next year's budget. We are getting ready to launch a lobbying campaign at the legislature to increase our reimbursement for the veteran property tax exemption. I feel sure some legislators will have two questions for us regarding our budget. One, did we increase property taxes on our taxpayers? Second, do we have wasteful spending in our budget? I personally will hate to have to say yes to both of those questions. I hope I don't have to say yes. Apparently, based on previous discussions, we are in fact poised to vote yes for a substantial property tax increase. Meanwhile, we are getting slammed by many residents of Killeen for planning to spend $1 million to paint overpasses. I really personally don't want to be trying to explain to legislators why we are saying we have this huge budget deficit because of the veteran property tax exemption, but at the same time, we're spending taxpayer dollars to paint murals on bridges and give $1 million to the Killeen Economic Development Corporation and $650,000 more to the HOP and $50,000 more to IBCC and $200,000 more to the Armor of God. Did any of us campaign on the slogan, "Vote for me, I'll raise your property taxes"? That does not sound like a good slogan. But yet, here we are, getting ready to raise property taxes. I respectfully urge that we be extremely fiscally conservative with our 2027 budget. May I have another minute?
Yes.
I respectfully urge that we be extremely fiscally conservative with our 2027 budget. In my opinion, it will give us solid ground to stand on at the legislature when we discuss the veteran property tax issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm gonna need an extra minute.
You can ask for it at the end.
Yes, sir, thank you. I was selected by residents to take care of the city of Killeen. When we vote for our representatives at the state, no point, Mr. Bash, I have much love for you, but it has to be said. When we voted for our representatives at the state and the federal level, it was not predicated on micromanaging on how we run the city of Killeen. If a representative, I'm just assuming, I don't know if it's true or not, if so, our veterans that defend this country, it should not be predicated if you take care of them when there was a mandate from state that we didn't ask for. But they put this hardship, not only on Killeen, all Central Texas, Bell County cities. So you taking care of the veterans, if it was said, I don't know if it was stated or not, but if someone said they're keeping an eye on how the city of Killeen budget their monies, and that would depend if they take care of the veterans that defend this great nation for them to be able to even discuss the city of Killeen. Shame on you. That veteran exemption is due to us because the state mandated us. Put that mandate in place. In every city that has near a military base near Bell County, they're being penalized for it. But I don't hear any other city, if it was said that a representative is watching a budget. The only city they watching is Killeen, and the question is why? Why Killeen? I don't get into petty politics, because this diet should be nonpartisan, and we should not be pushing a Republican or a Democrat agenda. We should be pushing the agenda for the people that we serve, period. Thank you.
Point of order. Thank you. No clapping. Good. All right, if there's any other, Councilmember Brown. Oh, no, we got non-agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Cable. Mr. Cable, thank you.
You ready to go?
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
On this one, that we lost all this in the, a motion to adopt these changes that were proposed to get the budget where it is now.
Okay.
Not the other stuff you talked about tonight, just the ones on this screen.
Okay, so we need a motion.
Yes, sir, a motion direction to adopt these changes.
Okay, Councilmember Nashby,
Thank you. I make a motion of direction to adopt the changes from proposed budget Mr. Cable discussed.
Councilmember Brown,
Second.
any discussion? Councilmember Williams, discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor, signify by yes. All opposed, no. The motion passed 6-1 with Councilmember Bass opposing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay, that leads us to, citizen comments on non-agenda items. Now it is time for, citizen comments on items that are not listed on the agenda for the meeting tonight. Citizens will have 3 minutes to speak. Comments under this section are limited to the first 10 members of the public to sign up to speak. Mayor and council members will not discuss items that are not on the agenda, nor respond other than possible offer a brief statement or specific factual information or propose to place an item on the agenda for a future meeting. Okay, Madam City Secretary, first name.
Citizens' comments on non-agenda items. We have 6 speakers signed up. First speaker is Steve Dunbar.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Chief Kimball, good to see you again. My name is Steve Dunbar, I'm a labor attorney here in Bell County, and I represent solely first responders. In fact, 20 of those, nearly 20 of those are KPD officers, and another dozen or so I've consulted with about internal matters. Honestly, I'm here to apologize. I'm here to apologize to you because you're not getting the services that you expect, and it's not from your officers. It's from the administration that governs these officers. They're being held back because they feel like any action they take to enforce the law is going to end up with them in internal affairs. And the numbers show that they're actually correct. An officer can go hands-on, can arrest someone. They're not getting the complaints from the citizens, they're getting it from internal, from above the supervisor level. It's not only officers, it's also the supervisors. In a recent use of force case, every use of force case gets a review by the supervisor. Sergeant first, they approved it, no policy found, no policy violation. The lieutenant looks at it, no policy violation found, but it gets to above the lieutenant and not quite to the assistant chief and the chief, they find a violation. Now, not only is the officer filed on, but so is the supervisor. So the supervisors are gun shy, pardon the pun, about supporting their officers because they'll end up in internal affairs also. Another recent case, Fourth Amendment case, which is actually the reason that got me out tonight. Officers went to arrest a domestic violence suspect who choked a victim, a pregnant victim. He was standing in the doorway for nearly 30 to 35 minutes. And when they arrested him, he went quietly, did resist. Charges taken by the DA. However, again, this same individual, patrol commander, finds issue with this, orders the lieutenant to file a complaint. Now, you can't be the complainant and the individual who doles out the discipline. But he did. 3 officers received reprimands, 2 were suspended for making a lawful arrest in a doorway. It's called a warrantless doorway arrest. Cases out of the 5th Circuit support that. And when the officer went to get his reprimand, he argued these cases, and what he was met with was, you sure you want to die on that hill? After, of course, he turned off the recorder. The most concerning piece of this was that he said, when I watched that video, granted, there was no resistance. When I watched that video, it took me back to when my grandparents were ripped out of their house during the Vietnam War, assaulted, and eventually killed. I'm sorry, that brings to me as a fitness for duty issue. If you're seeing a non-resistant citizen being arrested and you equate it to back in the Vietnam War, there's something going on there. And I think it calls into question this commander's ability to govern. Y'all saw a 7% turnover rate earlier. Those numbers are gonna go up significantly.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Dr. Sue Nisi-Croft.
Good evening once again, honorable mayor and council members. I'm here tonight during the citizens' comment period to formally introduce a community-driven solution to our Northside food desert, the Northside Cooperative Market Co-op. Over the past week, our grassroots initiative has exploded. A single post online garnered over 1,800 views, and we already have 25 dedicated Killeen citizens wanting to sign up to form our initial steering committee. The community is organized and ready to work. We are taking matters into our own hands because traditional avenues are stalled. We are fully aware of the 50-year corporate deed restriction holding back the old Gray Street building. We recognize that the Clean Economic Development Corporation Type 4A designation severely limits our ability to directly fund retail and grocery developments. The current economic tools in place are not legally designed to bring a grocery store to the north side of Killeen. Thanks for that conversation we had with EDC about helping, because traditional systems and open market developers are failing to guarantee healthy food access. We are building a consumer-owned cooperative association under Chapter 251 of the Texas Business Organization Code. We are not waiting for an outside corporation to save us. We are going to own the grocery store and save ourselves. While the citizens are bringing the people power and the member equity, we cannot do this entirely alone. We need the explicit partnership of this council tonight. I am asking the city to support us in 3 specific ways. Direct city staff to identify city-owned parcels on the north side that completely bypass predatory deed restrictions and work us to, with us to secure a long-term, low-cost lease, and you've already done that in the previous discussion with KEDC. Earmark federal community development block grant or neighborhood stabilization funds to help fund our professional third-party market feasibility study. We know that's going to pass already. Assign an economic development or city planning representative to sit down with our 25-member steering committee so that we can align our business plan with the city's master zoning roadmap. The 25 founders of the Northside Cooperative Market are prepared to invest their own time, capital, and labor to feed our neighborhood. We just need our local government to provide the structural foundation. And I want to thank JT for offering his building, but unfortunately he's not going to be there. May I have an additional minute, please?
No, ma'am. Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
The only thing that I can comment on this is to point out that as per our earlier conversation, our structure within KEDC does allow that organization to assist us in economic development incentives for a grocery store. Thank you.
City Secretary.
Next speaker is Dr. Cameron Cochran.
Having fun tonight. I would like answers to my 2
questions. My two questions are, if you look at your agenda here, the very last page, the Killeen Police Department's gonna be having an event at the Killeen Civic and Conference Center. That's gonna be in September. The Killeen Chamber of Commerce is gonna have an event at the Killeen Conference Center. The Youth Advisory Commission is gonna have a meeting or a conference at the Killeen Civic and Conference Center. However, for some strange reason, I'm trying to figure out why a city-sponsored event is gonna be held at a private business. Yes, a seminar on September 16th is gonna be held at a brewery. Can you tell me why? Next thing, I'm here to discuss what we've all seen. I typically watch these sessions at home, and I've witnessed for the past 3 months a district city council member witness his action on 3 different events, belittle a fellow council member, show disrespect towards a fellow council member, and kind of speak over that council member and say, oh, he's showing leadership. Well, to me, he's not. So this guy continues to be a bully, even though he says he's not. I would like to remind everyone that with the previous city council, that mayor respected the dais and told the city manager to leave for 30 days and told a District 3 council member to leave for 1 meeting. Unfortunately, I haven't seen this district council member, who again belittles fellow council member, reprimanded or leaving. He has remained in his seat. Mayor, I ask you tonight to take charge of your city council members and hold them accountable. Will you commit to delivering punishment to your own city council members when they violate decorum? Thank you.
Madam City Secretary?
Next speaker is Christian Bishop, if he is still here.
Bet your sweet bippy I am. I was trying to come to non-agenda citizen comments to discuss my own personal ideas for homeless outreach and ways that we can, I know it's not exactly a fun conversation, but you know, there was also a lot said today. First of all, David Bass, how dare you insinuate that any veteran who is living in the streets, who is living in the streets, decided that I could give you a minuscule amount of veterans that have decided that because of their trauma, that is the only place they can live. You, with your 2 pensions and your immense amounts of influence, do not get to tell people that they chose something when they have been repeatedly told and forced into the streets and marginalized. Don't touch me. Why are you leaving? Thank you, sir.
Madam City Secretary?
Next speaker, Anka Nigu.
Mayor and council, since the city manager said that I made a false statement, I'm gonna clarify what I said. It wasn't false, it was true. So I was on the Animal Advisory Committee with Dr. Joyner, who is the owner of the building on Ryan Steer. And on the same Animal Advisory Committee was the Assistant City Manager. So indeed, the owner of that building was directly associated with the Assistant City Manager, who directly reports to the City Manager, and the City Manager approves whatever she does, whatever the Assistant City Manager. So my statement was indeed true. People contact me to ask me for help, and I do my own investigation, and that's when I found out, well, first of all, in Killeen, animal control is under the city manager. And I found out that the city manager hired a convicted felon to enforce laws related to animals. This wouldn't happen under the police department. That would be an automatic disqualification. Thankfully, the convicted felon was eventually fired after about a year, which indicates to me, and based on some investigation that I've done on my own, that he has caused harm to the public. There's currently a person convicted of domestic violence working as an animal control officer. If they were under the police department, that would be an automatic disqualification. I know that because on the Copper's Cove Animal Advisory Committee, and on Bell County, they are under law enforcement. I already knew the answer, and they confirmed those felony conviction and domestic violence conviction are automatic disqualification, but not in Killeen, because Killeen Animal Control is under the city manager. I'm not even asking you to do anything, I just want the public to be aware next time animal control shows up at your door or one of your constituents' door. It could be a convicted felon or somebody convicted of domestic violence. And I'm very happy to share the proof. I wouldn't make the statement if I didn't have evidence. Thank you.
Madam City Secretary.
Next speaker is Isaac Martinez.
Good evening, everyone. I know you all had an interesting night. I've created, or rather I prepare a speech just to avoid babbling, on my own words, and also to keep it brief and respect all of your times. The topics that I'll speak on right now is related to economic, business, as well as community safety development. So with that being said, I'll start with it. To Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Isaac Martinez. I'm a suburbs member out of Fort Hood, speaking as a private citizen who cares deeply about this community. I've seen firsthand that Killeen has great potential, but it needs a practical strategy to move forward. I come before you today with 4 cost-effective solutions to drive growth and keep us safe without straining the city budget. Outside of downtown, the issues are clear: vacant storefronts, parks lacking surveillance, and dark streets. Here are my 4 outlined proposals. First, we can review vacant storefronts with the Chapter 380 tax rebate program. This is a fully self-funding. Rebates apply only to newly generated sales tax above a 0 baseline, eliminating financial risk while creating jobs. Second, we can support local business owners citywide by expanding storefront grants and permit fee waivers past downtown. Bringing these programs to key corridors encourages private capital investment without city infrastructure spending. Third, to get empty lots back on tax rolls, the city can publish a ready lots catalog with mapped utilities and offer a 10-day fast pass permit review for repeated floor plans. This cuts red tape and sparks quick development. Finally, we can improve public safety by partnering with Encore to upgrade streetlights to bright LEDs without trenching costs, while using federal grant funds for solar security cameras in high-use parks. These 4 updates provide a clear roadmap for private investment and safety. Since my time here is short, I will provide copies of my full proposal following the session, which covered the finer details and specific logistics. I respectfully ask the council to schedule a discussion on these proposals in an upcoming work session. Thank you for your leadership. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service. Madam City Secretary.
Mr. Martinez was the last speaker.
All right. Councilmember Brown.
Okay, I have one comment back to Mr. Martinez. For Mr. Martinez. Just to let you know, I appreciate all those. We have looked into upgrading to LED lights before for street lights. It is something that Encore is going to charge us tens of millions of dollars for, but we can talk offline. And with that, I move to adjourn.
Yes, second. No discussion, all in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Talk about it, don't be.
So,
Hey, I'm over here looking at you like. He's like, no, just go undercover. Everybody have a good night. Yes, ma'am.
I gotta answer all your questions before two, if I can do tomorrow, I'll take what I got.
You going out the back, sir, or the side door?
The side door.